Are you there? Are you still there or you have left?
So we are here.
Let me hear from you. Okay. What did you say about Ghana? Yes, Victoria or Victoria, Ghana.
Hello, sir.
Yes, madam.
Sir, please, I didn't get your question.
The development of social studies in Ghana. What did we say? What have we said so far about how social studies developed in Ghana? What have we said so far? Yes. Hello. Aiba. Aiba. Yes. What have we said so far about Ghana? The picture.
Hello, sir.
Okay, a lot has been
Yes.
said.
Yes.
Sir,
Go
we
ahead. I'm
talk.
listening.
Sir, please, is it anything about Ghana or?
Yes. Anything about Ghana? Development of Ghana.
Okay. So we said that. I remember we said until the introduction of the NERP in 1987, social studies had been unsteady in Ghana, and even though it was introduced in three training colleges back then, the development was
Mm.
still unsteady. And I also remember we talked about graduates and non-graduates who were sent overseas to be trained in the integrated social studies approach and then environmental studies approach. And that's journey they made influence the teaching of social studies in Ghana.
Thank you very much. Good. Thank you. Let me go to the next person. Thank you very much. Stephen Della Stephen. Hello, Stephen. Hello, Stephen. Hey. Okay, Stephen is not responding to my call. Let me go to Uncle. Uncle. Hello, Uncle. Uncle, start. Uncle. Oh. Hello. Ashiba.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm listening. Ashiba.
Okay. Yeah. So I can also remember we talked about when there was a mass migration of social
Mm,
studies teachers to Nigeria, which
mm,
brought about a fall of the subject again in Ghana.
mm,
And then when they went back, when they went and then they were to come back and
mm,
they returned again
mm,
to Ghana. And then the single subject approach, which affected the integrated approach as well, because those who were well versed in the single subject approach were not given the integrated approach the chance to operate because they were
mm,
afraid they would lose their job.
mm.
And that brought about the rise and fall of the subject in the country.
Okay, good, good. Let me look at the others. Hello, Esther. Hello, Christina. Hello, Christina. Christina. Julius. Hello, Julius. Hello, Julius. Hey, if you continue to do that, I'll advise myself. We call you, not respond. Meanwhile, you have connected.
Yeah,
I'm calling.
yeah,
To be
hello, yeah,
responding.
hello, sir.
Ah,
Hello, sir. Hello, hello, hello,
oh,
sir. Hello, sir. Hello,
Julius, talk, we can hear you.
hello, hello.
Julius, we
Yes.
can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay,
There's noise at the background too. Reduce the noise at the background.
okay. And so with hello. That
yes, go
the
ahead. We are listening.
okay reason for the we study about the reason for the resumption of the separate subject approach, where we talk about social studies in Ghana. The social studies graduate of the teacher training college had no expertise in the integrated approach. We also look at there were also experimental schools or schools to absorb this social studies. There was no experimental schools to absorb this graduate. We also talk about the subject was also not a core subject. We also look at the student teacher of this training college also prefer the separate subject approach because it enables them to either improve upon their grades in this subject in the school certificate or the GEC O level exam. Hello.
Okay, that is good.
All right.
Good. Laurentia. Hello, Laurentia. Laurentia. Yes, Georgina. If Laurentia will not respond to my call, Georgina. Hello, Georgina. Georgina will also not talk. Okay. Esther. Hello.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Please,
Yes, go
Esther,
ahead.
I just joined the lecture.
Oh, but I called you previously. I saw you online. I called. I have been calling, no response.
No, sir, it will be another Esther. This
Okay.
one is you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, listening. Anything about Ghana? Anything be said about Ghana? Hello, Esther. Okay.
Yes,
Let me
sir.
go to first. What did we say about Ghana? Anything that we said about Ghana? Development social studies in Ghana.
Oh, okay. They said Ghana had her independence in 1957.
Not the preliminary information. I'm talking about the actual development of social studies. When it was introduced in the 40s up to now, what have we said so far about that?
Oh, okay. Um,
Hmm.
Hello,
So
sir.
it means you are only interested in the material,
Hello, sir.
but you are not ready to read it. Yes, Julius.
Hello, sir.
Yes, go ahead. I'm listening.
This to me, sir. Please, to add to, we also learned about the reasons of the resumption. Another reason to add to what Julius said was some of the people in the academic cycles and other personalities in the Ghanaian educational system frown on the integrated approach of studying social studies. Some had negative attitude towards the integration, that they were afraid of losing their jobs. That's the specialists in the single subjects such as history and economics. And the revival of social studies in Ghana also took place in the late 1960s. This revival, there was so many number of factors that accounted for that. One is that the return into the system of the Ghanaian graduates and the non-graduate that went overseas to be trained in the integrated approach, and the environmental social studies approach also in Wales. The returns of those teachers also gave rise to the revival of social studies in Ghana in the late 1960s. Then the development of the program of instruction in the environmental studies in primary schools by the CRD also began in it began in 1969, also accounted for that. Then the organization of refresher courses by the British Council for those teachers who were trained abroad also was a factor for the revival of the integrated approach in Ghana. Then last, I would say the publication of environmental textbooks also began in 1977, which also marked the beginning of the effective organization of the teaching of environmental studies in Ghana. So these were some of the factors that led to the revival of social studies in Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Sarah, uncle. Hello, Sarah.
Okay, sir. Yes, sir. So, sir, please, I learned that in the 40s, when it was introduced, it was being taught in the only 3 training colleges. That is Ekropon Presbyterian Training College, Achimota, and then West School. That's where they were doing it. Then when they finished training them and the teachers come out, they were not having experimental schools to do it. So most of them also lack interest in going in to study the course again as in the integrated approach. Because of that, they had to stop doing the integrated approach and then go back to the separate approach. So please, that's what I remember. Thank you.
Thank you. Emmanuel Asempa. Hello, Emmanuel. Hello, Ima. Unmute your microphone.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, good morning to us all. Sorry, I was speaking without unmuting. All right. So to add
Okay.
to the last
Go ahead, Ima.
speaker's, to add to the last speaker's presentation, it was social studies was introduced in the 1940s, and then in the 1950s it collapsed. Then in the 1960s it was revived again. Then in the early 1980s and then the late 1970s, social studies collapsed again. And so When we want to look at the factors when it was first introduced in those three colleges, that is the Presbyterian, Nachimota, and the Wesley Training College, they were taught as geography, history, civics, those three separate subjects. They were not taught as
Mm.
social studies in its totality, but geography, history, and then civics. Those were the subjects that were adopted into teaching the social studies. Then we also look at some of the reasons why it collapsed, which included the fact that there were no CISOs to monitor the subject, the teaching of the subject as we have today. So today we call them CISOs, then circuit supervisors or what have you, inspectors. There were no sort of them. Then the social studies too, it had no philosophy because these three subjects have their separate philosophies, as geography had its separate philosophy, history, and then civics. So there was no known philosophy for the the subject. Then the teaching and learning materials too were not there to help assist in the teaching of the subject. We also looked at factors accounting for the revival of the subject in the 1960s, where we look at the fact that graduates and non-graduates were sent overseas to be trained. And also refresher courses were organized by the British Council for Teachers. We also talk about the fact that experimental schools were established to absorb those teachers, where the problem of people not being interested in the study of the subject because there were no schools to absorb them was kept. Then we also talk about the fact that officials, when it comes to inspections, were appointed to monitor the teaching of social studies in the integrated approach. This time around, no separate subjects. So we also look at some factors that were responsible for the collapse in the early 1980s, where we look at glut of teachers. Then WAEC, which is the examining body, was not ready to examine the subject, and so learners were not interested in studying it. As you said, even this course we are taking right now, if we don't have any exam on it, we will not be so interested in to come into class and to learn anything. We will not be serious. Huh. So I think those were the things I want to add to the earlier speakers' submission.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
very much. Thank you very much for that. Yes, thank you. Thank you to those who are contributing. Let me go to Barikishu. Hello, Barikishu. Barikishu. Okay. Cindy. Hello, Cindy.
Sir, good morning. Please, as I just joined, so I don't know what is happening.
Yes, what is happening is that we are reminding ourselves of what we did last week concerning the development of social studies in Ghana. So what have you learned so far? So far as the development of social studies in Ghana is concerned.
Sir, please, you just call somebody and let me organize myself. I'll come in very soon.
Indeed, those I'm calling, they are not responding to my call. So you are the only hope. I called them. They are connected, but they are not responding. And so you have responded. So you are one of the hope that I have. Cindy,
Hello,
okay,
sir.
organize yourself.
Hello, sir.
Yes, it's okay. You organize yourself.
Hello, sir.
John.
Yes,
Yes.
sir. Sir,
Yeah, John. Yeah, John.
we learned that social studies has gone through a lot of rise and falls before finally in 1987 becoming steady as we are seeing today. We were told that in early 1940s, as the earlier speakers mentioned, it was introduced in 3 colleges. That's the Presbyterian College, Achimota, and Wesley, to start with the integrated approach. But that couldn't succeed for long because of certain challenges. We were told that the graduates then, as product of those 3 colleges, were not experienced enough, and there were no schools then running the integrated approach of social studies, so that after their graduation, they will have access to schools and teach. We were also told that after doing the integrated approach, they go back and write exams on the separate basis, as in the civics, history, and geography. And that was a disadvantage to them, because their colleagues in other colleges are doing it as a separate, and they are teaching them in detail, and they perform better as compared to the integrated approach they were doing. And then we also told some influential people in Ghana kicked against this integrated approach, so it couldn't hold water. And then, as at then, the subject lacks definition, goals, and objectives. Since that all the subjects they were trying to put together. Hello, sir.
Yes.
Hello, sir. Hey, colleagues, can you hear me, please?
Yes,
You
Mr.
can hear.
John, we are enjoying your presentation.
Okay. So as I was saying, another problem was that the subject lacked definition, it lacked goals and objectives. So because of all these factors, it fell again around the 1950s. But there was a light revival again in the 1960s, because we were told some of the graduates was also sent abroad to go and train more in this approach. There were in-service training programs organized for teachers that have gone through this again. And there were experimental schools that were set up for these graduates to have access to schools and go and teach. Monitors were also appointed to monitor and then support them. And one good thing too is the Mombasa conference also added weight to its revival in the 1960s. But that one too couldn't stand. It collapsed again in the 1970s and then in the early 1980s. The collapse came as a result of the fact that the experimental schools were not enough. So some were trained and they were still not having access to schools to teach. And then WAEC too ceased to examine teachers on social studies. WAEC was still examining people based on the separate subject. And then one major factor too is the movement of a lot of teachers to Nigeria as a result of their discovery of oil and other things. So our subject collapsed again. So finally, in 1987, we are able to revive the subject again. That was where it was made a core subject in our schools. And by 1991, it was extended to even the primary schools to be taught as the integrated social studies we are seeing today. And then by that 1991, all universities started running the subject. And one unfortunate thing for our brothers and sisters that ran away to Nigeria, and a good thing for us in Ghana, is that our people were deported back to us, and we are able to get them back to add to the numbers we are looking for. So that is something I took from what we did last week. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes, sir.
Good. Yeah, so I like the way you have, those who have been explaining. Yeah. See, it's better for you to come online, express yourself, for me to know how you express yourself in writing in case you are asked exams question. Yes. So that if there is the need to iron out some weaknesses, it can be done before we go to the exam room. Yeah. So thank you very much for that. Yeah, so we said that the subject, when introduced, has faced a lot of challenges. I like the way you explain it. That is the factors like lack of supervision, lack of definition, philosophy, the fact that the students were, the subject was being experimented, and after the experiment, the student will go and write the same exams with their colleagues in other training colleges who are not being taken through the experiment. And for that matter, those in other training colleges were better prepared for the GCE, O-level, and then A-level exams as compared to those in experimental schools. And this led to a situation where those in experimental schools were no longer interested in pursuing the course because it did not help them to prepare adequately for the external exams. Good. So thank you very much. Now, I don't know if there is a hand, any hand so far. Is there any hand? If there is no hand, quickly let me go to Nigeria. We also said something about Nigeria, development of social studies in Nigeria. One or two about Nigeria. Anything that you know about Nigeria? Yeah, one or two things that you know about Nigeria. Yes, Clement. Hello, Clement. Okay. Clement will not respond. Okay.
Hello.
Let me go. Yes, Clement.
Boss.
Thank you for responding. But see, if I call you, just tell me something for me to know that yes, you are there. I think that one is better. But if I call and you don't respond, then it creates some kind of impression. So thank you very much for responding, Clement. Do you remember anything about Nigeria? Social studies in Nigeria?
Something small.
Something small. Good. So tell us that something small, that small thing that you know. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We look at development of social studies in Nigeria, and we learn that in the 1840s to 1960s, there is nothing like the existence of social integrated subject or integrated social studies in Nigeria. Right. There was something like general knowledge, which is about the social sciences as taught by the colonial educationists. But Nigeria social study did not suffer like that of Ghana. How Ghana, it will be introduced, then it will collapse, introduce and collapse. But Nigeria was quite better. So I've written something small which I want to see if I can correct them. So the Nigerian child was educated using the colonial civic, history, and geography instead of the Nigerian culture and the environment of Nigeria. So the Ohio University also assisted Nigerians by training some of them in the 1950s. And these students also came in and helped the development of social studies in Nigeria. The arrival of the inception of such training greatly influenced their thoughts about social studies. For instance, they perceived the social ill that the Nigerians transition from colonial era to independence. They also discover the high rate of acculturation among Nigerians, which last you said we should look for the meaning of it.
So have you found the meaning?
To the whole class, have we?
Yes, to the whole class. Have you found the meaning? Hey.
Yes.
What is it? Yeah, so
The
what is
meaning
it?
of
We said it. I think we said it last time.
Hello, sir.
Yes, go ahead.
When
Please, meaning of what?
Acculturation. Acculturation. I asked you to search.
Acculturation.
Not portration. Acculturation.
Acculturation.
You haven't even heard it.
So
Yes, Sarah.
it's okay. It's
Yes.
different cultures coming into contact, whereby you pick other people's, should I call it, their way of doing things, and they also pick a little bit from you. So it's like the Nigerians ended up picking so much from the foreign culture, leaving the things that they used to do on their own.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. So they've observed that the Nigerian culture was breaking down. It has been broken down. And they also observe, the trainees also observe the young ones in a manner that will provide them with opportunities to catch up with a new program of cultural changes. Social studies was therefore seen as the best option. So this is something as I can correct about it.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. You've done well. You've done well. Done well. Yeah, you've done well. Good. Yeah. So Nigeria, in fact, their picture is a little bit different from Ghana because they did not face that kind of a steady development of social studies as Ghana we encountered. Their initial attempt was in somewhere in 1958, where they sent some teachers to be trained in integrated social studies program in Ohio State University. So when they came, they identified a lot of weaknesses in the system of education in Nigeria. High rate of acculturation. Acculturation has to do with cultural change. Yes, cultural change, adopting new cultural practices. So see, Nigerians' encounter with the Europeans resulted in a situation where they picked the culture. In fact, when we're talking about Ghana, we said that the Europeans, they described our cultural practices as satanic, demonic, pagan. And for that matter, they replaced the cultural practices, the naming ceremony, the marriage rites, the depot, and those things were relegated to the background. And so it got to a point that Ghanaians developed inordinate taste for foreign culture, foreign goods, among other things, and it has even it still lives with us. Even now as we speak, we are Ghanaian by let me say Ghanaian by birth. We are Ghanaian by birth, but in mind we are Europeans. Yes, in appearance we are Europeans, because a lot of us here, or a lot of you there, see, your mind is, if you get opportunity right now to travel out, yes, that will be the first thing to go. You will not stay in the country. Everybody is rushing to exit the walls of the country. Yeah, so that is a major challenge. The person, we are in Ghana, but our mind is Europe. Our mind is America. We believe that everything American is better. Everything Europe is better than Ghanaian. That is the mind. Yeah, so it is not helping. So in Nigeria, it got to a point that the Nigerians developed that kind of cultural practices. Everything about Nigeria was inferior, but everything Europe was superior. Yeah. So cultural practices changed a lot, and it affected the Nigerian to the extent that it ate into their educational sector and other sectors of the economy. Yeah. So there was therefore the need, and Nigerians saw that the only way of salvaging the situation was through social studies education. Yeah. So that led to the introduction of social studies. But in Nigeria, social studies was not introduced, or the introduction of social studies in Eastern Nigeria was not possible because of civil war. But in Northern Nigeria, with the help of Northern Nigerian Teacher Educational Program, the NTEP, as well as the Aitoro Comprehensive Social Studies Project, social studies succeeded in Northern Nigeria, another part of Nigeria. Nigeria also put in place, or they provided teaching learning materials, resources, textbooks, and others to support the teaching and learning of social studies in the country. Yeah, so Nigeria, social studies in Nigeria as compared to Ghana, the picture is quite different. In fact, Nigeria also encountered problems. Yeah, encountered problems, and that was teachers, shortage of teachers. At the point when majority of the teachers, Ghanaian teachers who went to Nigeria in the 60s, 70s, were deported to Ghana. So when they were deported, in fact, it affected the education system in Nigeria greatly, just as their departure from Ghana affected our system of education in the 60s and 70s. Yeah, so the deportation of Ghanaians from Nigeria affected the development of social studies in Nigeria. In some cases, schools had to be shut down. Yeah, schools had to be shut down because there were no teachers. Schools were there, pupils were ready, no teachers. Why? Because majority of the teachers were foreigners. Yes, people from other countries, expatriates. Yeah, so they had come to Nigeria to assist, but it became a political issue in the 80s that foreigners had taken over the jobs and other key positions in Nigeria, in the area of commerce, trading, and others. Yeah, and for that matter, they were to be deported. So it affected them. And when they were deported, in fact, it was a blessing to the nation. And it was also a blessing to social studies education in the sense that it boosted the number of teachers that we needed. Don't forget, their initial arrival led to the collapse of social studies. But 5, 6, 7 years later, it revived the social studies program. The reason is that when they came in the 80s, the number of teachers that we had excess teachers who had been trained in social studies. We had them in excess because some were being trained abroad, some were being trained in Ghana. Yes, and it got to a time that the experimental schools could no longer absorb the teachers. Yes, so the teachers were also no longer interested. Students were no longer interested in pursuing social studies. Yes, so it led to the collapse. There were a lot of teachers in the system who were not absorbed by the system. So they had been trained in social studies, the integrated social studies, but the system could not absorb them. Yes, so when the new education reform program was introduced in 1987, in fact, it was a blessing. Their deportation was a blessing because social studies became a core subject, and being a core subject, we needed a number of teachers to support the teaching of social studies. We needed a lot of teachers. We needed them. So those who were in excess, that is in the early 80s, yes, who had not been absorbed by the system. When social studies became a core, they were absorbed, and the system still needed more teachers to assist. And God being so good, our sisters, our brothers, our fathers, our mothers who were deported from Nigeria, they also came to support the teaching of social studies. Yes, and in fact, the picture would have been different. Yes, the picture would have been different if we had not gotten enough teachers to support the social studies when it was made core. The picture would have been different because in the 60s, in the 70s, late 70s or early 70s, when it collapsed, one of the reasons was shortage of teachers. And even in the 50s, 40s, when it collapsed, shortage of teachers was also cited as one of the challenges. Yeah, so I don't know what would have happened. I think we would have also cited shortage of teachers as a major factor for the collapse, even when the new reform program had been introduced in the 40s. Yeah, so their coming was a blessing to social studies education. So that is for Nigeria. Good. Then we came to Kenya. Now, development of social studies in Kenya, we said that in Kenya, Kenya hosted the conference that gave birth to social studies education in Africa, and that was 1968 in Mombasa. Now, during the conference, a number of activities took place, and one of the major activities was the setting up of the African Social Studies program, which was to spearhead the spread of social studies across the continent. The spread of social studies across the continent. Yes, now, so right from the conference, 1968, 1969, Kenya Institute of Education set up social studies project in Kenya. Social studies project to introduce social studies in Kenya. What the program did was to develop a plan to ensure the introduction of social studies in an integrated manner. So they put in place 8 measures. One was to conduct a survey about the type of social studies that would be suitable at the lower and then upper primary school. In fact, the type of social studies, we have different types of social studies. Last week, we saw the integrated social studies. That is the interdisciplinary, the multidisciplinary, the transdisciplinary, and then the pre-disciplinary. So what type of social studies would be suitable at the primary school level, both lower and upper? The planned social studies project was to look at that. And then the project was also to obtain the opinion of teachers and district education officers in the area of curriculum development. What Ghana failed to do, and that affected us greatly when we made the effort or the attempt to introduce social studies. What we failed to do was to get the attention, opinion, the support of the teachers who were already in the system. Yes. So Ghana, we failed to do that. We only introduced it. So some influential persons or personalities in the Ministry of Education came against it. In Kenya, they saw the opinions of teachers and district education officers, people who were stakeholders in education, people who were influential in education. They sought their views. Yes, in this area of curriculum development. So that was a plus. And then the teachers were also involved in the production of materials. Teachers were involved in the production of materials. Production of materials to support the teaching of social studies. And then they also develop what we call hello, please give me a few minutes. I'll go in a few minutes. I'll be with you shortly. Good morning. Morning. Hello.
Hi. Enoch.
2 minutes. I'll be with you shortly.
Enoch.
Okay.
Enoch. Enoch. Is Enoch not around?
Enoch is not here.
Please, sir asked permission from us that he will join us in a few minutes. So kindly hold on, he'll come back. Hello, colleagues. Please, the slides, were we giving that of Nigeria too? Because I can't find Nigeria in what I have.
No.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, sir.
Hello, sir.
My system is slowing down my laptop, so I am trying to see if I can switch to a different device. So let's you give me a few minutes. I will get back to you. Okay, so let's hello.
Hello, sir.
Okay, so you can hear me now.
Yes, please.
Hello, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Good. So in Kenya, the picture was quite different. In Kenya, they put in place measures to mitigate possible negative or potential threats towards the social studies program. So what they did was to set up the social studies project. So the project was to they sought the views of teachers, because teachers are key implementers when it comes to curriculum development everywhere. Teachers are key figures. Yes, you cannot develop the curriculum without taking into consideration the views of teachers. Yes, so teachers were considered, their views were sought. Then teachers were also involved in the development of materials, the development of materials, teachers were also involved, and that assisted a lot. And then the social studies materials that were developed, they also developed some for experiment. But when you look at the 3 countries that we have considered so far, Ghana, Nigeria, Kenya, you see that the initial attempt to introduce social studies was on experimental basis. Experimental basis. Social studies was introduced on experimental basis. Yeah, so in Kenya, the project was also to organize in-service training program for teachers who were already on the field. It is a new development, just like we have the standard-based curriculum. PLCs are being organized, in-service training workshops, among others, are being organized for teachers to acquaint themselves with the new system. The same thing happened in Kenya. So in Kenya, there was in-service training for social studies teachers. And then there was also an orientation program for the teachers. Yes, so just to acquaint the teachers with the teaching of social studies. And then there was also what we call trying out or pilot testing the materials. So pilot test of the materials was also undertaken. Yeah, so these were some of the measures that were put in place to ensure social studies, to ensure the success of introducing social studies in Kenya. Yeah. So evaluate the effect of the experimental materials. In fact, this was supported by the activities of the ESSP because the headquarters was in Kenya, that is Nairobi. Now, all these projects was meant to, so the 8 points that are listed were meant to develop all the materials among others, and then start with the introduction of social studies right from 1971. So in 1971, they will start social studies from class 1, which is grade 1. 72 will extend to grade 2, 73 grade 4, 74 grade 71 grade 1, 72 grade 2, 73 grade 3, 74 grade 4, 75 grade 5, 76 grade 6, 77 grade 7, 78 grade 8. That was for primary school. You remember we said that their system of education was 844. Yeah, so grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, grade 4, grade 5, grade 6, grade 7, grade 8. Then they would have also put in place other measures to extend it to other levels of education. That was the intention. That was the plan. Yes, so they did well. By 1971, the materials were ready for pilot testing. What is the meaning of pilot test? When we say pilot test, I've been using the word pilot test. What does it mean?
Right. To carry out a project on a small scale to see its effectiveness.
Yes. To try a project or material on a small scale. Remember, we said that they set aside 26 schools to pilot test the materials in these 26 schools. So out of the basic schools or primary schools in Kenya, 26 were selected. In fact, they selected some, let's say 2, 3 from each of all the provinces in Kenya. Yes, so in Ghana, we would have said that all the 16 regions, we would select, say, 2 schools from the 16 regions just to pilot test or to experiment the integrated social studies project. Teachers had already been taken through the training, as to how to teach the integrated social studies program. Teachers had been taken through training. So some schools were set up as, or were set aside as experimental schools for such teachers who had been taken through the training, refresher courses, in-service training, and others to go there and then teach social studies in an integrated manner. So 1979, grade 1, class 1 material was ready for pilot testing. Whilst the social studies project, the committee was developing material for class 2. Yes, so it was progressively introduced. So 1971, it was ready. Yes, so in the same year, workshops were also organized for some personnel in the system of education. Yes, so as I mentioned earlier, so grade 1 in 2026 selected schools, one from each of the 21 provinces. Yes, so the materials were to be pilot tested. Yes, now the grade, so when they develop for grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, grade 4, in fact, when the materials were ready for pilot testing, there was an initial opposition. In Kenya. There was an initial opposition. What was the initial opposition? In Ghana, we had our share of that. 1940s, when it was introduced, Ghana also faced an initial opposition from the influential personalities in the Ministry of Education. In the case of Kenya, the opposition came from the traditional social scientists. Don't forget, geography, history, civics were taught at the lower level, and Mombasa Conference recommended that teaching of these subjects at the lower level, especially through the separate subject approach, was not helpful. And for that matter, must be taught as or through the single subject approach. So in Kenya, the attempt was to change from the separate subject to single subject, which was the integrated subject approach. Let me put it that way. But most of the teachers had been trained in the separate subject approach, and they were more comfortable teaching the subject in the separate subject approach. But to quickly switch to the integrated approach was a challenge. So they picked against it. They rose against it. In fact, the initial attempt at the lower primary, class 1, grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, grade 4, faced a very tough opposition from the traditional social scientists, as well as the conservative educators. We say conservative educators. They are people who do not easily allow for changes in the system of education. They always stick to the old ways of doing things. They do not want things to be done in a new way.
Hello.
Hello.
Doc, if you are speaking to us, we can't hear you. Oh, colleagues, is it from my side?
It's not. We all can't hear him.
No,
I can't hear
we
him.
can't hear anything.
But I can hear him.
Yeah, so let's continue. So traditional social scientists and then conservative educators, they oppose it. Conservative educators, these are the people, but calling for changes in the system of education, they do not easily support. Yeah. So they did not understand why the old system had succeeded in producing competent students and teachers for other levels of education, or had succeeded in adequately preparing the student, why we should change from the existing one. They didn't understand it because there were no problems with the existing one. There were no problems, according to them. That's what they said. No problems with the existing one. So why must we change from the existing one to the other, to a new one? They didn't understand, so they opposed it. And in fact, these people were occupying high positions in the system of education in Kenya. Yeah. In fact, so let's see what they did. They denied the integrated social studies programs they needed support. Yes, because they were occupying high positions in the Ministry of Education in Kenya. They denied the system, the subject they needed support. So the support that was given to other subject areas like mathematics, English, and sciences, social studies was denied. Social studies was denied. Yeah, so social studies was denying the system that kind of support, moral support. And they made some derogatory remarks about the subject, remarks such as subject that has no philosophy. Meanwhile, philosophy had been developed in Kenya. And then they also said the subject lacks focus because it combines geography, history, civic. So what is the focus? Is the focus geography, history, or civic, or is the subject a combination of all these? So they said all sort of bad comments about the subject. And then the next thing they did was to set up, they said, okay, if the existing program has challenges, weaknesses, why don't we set up a committee to review or revise the existing program? That was the argument. Why do we have to replace it? If you are saying that it has weaknesses, why must we replace it? Why must we? Can't we set up a committee to revise the existing one? So that was another thing that they did. In fact, the accumulated effect of this opposition got those who are doing or who were developing the material for grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, grade 4. They were fed up. And they stopped with the pilot testing of the materials. Now, before they halted the development of the materials, this was what had been developed. 3,861 students had been trained in grade 1, 1971. And then 2,064 students had been trained in grade 2, 1,789 students in grade 3, and then 1,582 students in grade 4. These were the students who had been trained. And then besides, 1,032 teachers had been trained in the integrated social studies project. So it means that the subject was flourishing, was succeeding until this opposition came in. Yeah, so 1970, by 1975, it stopped. 1975, the pilot testing and others, everything stopped. And there were no material for 1976, 77, 78. Yeah, so 75, 76, 77, 78, there were no materials to be pilot tested in grade 5, grade 6, grade 7, and then grade 8. Grade 8, yes. But there was a revival in 1979. So from 1979 to 85, there was a revival. What was the revival? The Kenya Institute of Education launched what we call Primary Education Project. Primary Education Project in 1979. 1979. Yes. Now, the primary education project was to review the primary school curriculum. And as part of the review, Social Studies Committee was set up. Now, the responsibility of the Social Studies Committee was to work with the ESSP headquarters in Kenya in order to develop the integrated social studies program. In fact, 1980, by the end of 1980, the Social Studies Committee had been able to produce materials for grade 1, 2, and 3. So they were going to start all over again from grade 1, 2, 3, 4, up to grade 8. Now, 1981, they pilot tested the materials in 50 schools for grade 3. Yes. Now, by 1985, materials for grade 7 were ready for pilot testing. Yes, so from 1979, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85 upwards, they intended to develop materials to be pilot tested in all primary schools, the 8 grades, grade level. Yes, grade level. Now, their success was crowned with a positive result. And what was that positive result? It was the evaluation of the lower primary school experimental program. Yes, so there was experimental program. Lower primary schools was on experimental basis, so they could experiment these material. But the activities of the primary education project or program did not stop opposition. Yes. So despite the fact that 1979 there was a revival and that materials were produced for grade 1 up to grade 7, grade 8, the opposition did not stop. The resistance did not stop. In fact, this time it was even stronger than the previous opposition. So in terms of comparison, up to what where we have gotten to, you will see that Ghana shares similar situation with Kenya when it comes to the unsteady development of social studies in Kenya. Ghana, we made the effort to introduce it to collapse. Kenya made the effort to introduce it to collapse. Ghana revived it in 50s, in the late 60s. Kenya also revived it in the late 70s and in early 80s. Yes, so there was up and down when compared the two. So in Kenya, the opposition was strong. It was stronger than even ever. Now let's look at how this time the opposition was, the nature of opposition, the forms of opposition. In fact, social studies was not accorded the highest status. Social studies as a subject was not accorded the highest status in Kenya. The status which mathematics enjoyed, which English language enjoyed, another subject enjoyed, social studies rather enjoyed low status because of
Hello, so we can't hear you.
Hello, you can't hear me?
It's your network, please.
You can hear him.
You can hear
go
me?
out and come back.
All right. Good.
You can hear.
So they can hear, right? Thank you. Now, so social studies face stiff opposition than
It's okay.
than never. Yes, in fact, when you look at the picture, in Kenya, the root cause of social studies in Africa is Kenya. So social studies in Africa can be traced to Kenya. That is where the root came from. So if in Kenya, the subject was given low status, was accorded low status, if the root is given low status, then it means that the rest of the tree, the branches, the leaves, the fruit of the tree will also enjoy low status. And that is how come social studies has continued to enjoy low status in Africa, in all schools in Africa, in all countries where social studies is taught, because the place where it originated for, they disregarded the subject. They did not accord the subject the highest status. In Kenya, Kenya hosted a conference that gave birth to social studies that we are doing across Africa. In African countries, you go to Uganda, they do social studies. You go to Nigeria, they teach social studies. You go to Sierra Leone, they teach social studies. You go to Zambia, they teach social studies. South Africa and others, they teach social studies. Where did the social studies that is being taught in those countries originate from? That social studies originated from Kenya. Good. How do the Kenyans perceive social studies? They have negative perception about the subject. They have negative attitude towards the subject in Kenya. Yes, so they disregard the subject. They do not give the subject the needed respect. They don't accord the subject the highest respect. So social studies has enjoyed low status, low academic status, yes, in Kenya. And that is where the root of social studies is. That is where the root is. And that has affected the rest of the continent where the subject is being taught. So in Ghana, we give social studies that kind of negative perception. We accord social studies the negative, the lowest status among all the subjects that are being taught in the country, not because of our making. It is as a result of the kind of perception that was given according to the subject in Kenya. So last week or two, somebody asked that question, and I said that answers will be provided as we move along and as we discuss Kenya. So that is where it came from. So I don't know if there's a question. Yeah, so please, is there any question? Is somebody's hand is, yeah, somebody's hand is up. Please go ahead.
Yes. I'm a bit marveled as to how the status, low status accorded to social studies in Kenya would eventually result into the low status being accorded to the subject in Ghana. I'm a bit marveled. How possible? I want to know.
Oh, okay. Good. We see, the good Bible says that, the good book says that whatever you put in the soil is whatever will germinate. Yes, whatever you sow is whatever you are going to reap. A man reaps what he sows. So you cannot put a bean seed in the soil and expect to reap a cassava at the end of the year. You can't. So it is what you put in the soil, what you sow is what you are going to harvest. Yes. So in Kenya, what we planted, what was sown in Kenya, the seed that was sown in Kenya is what we are harvesting in Ghana. It's what we are harvesting in Ghana. So it was sown. It was sown with low status. So it is also harvested with low status in other countries, other part of the world. That is it. Yes. In fact, when it comes to some of these, the introduction of some of these subjects into the system, I have once mentioned that when it comes to introducing subject into the system of education, we have what we call the politics of curriculum. The politics of curriculum. Every subject specialist wants his or her subject to be introduced, to be pushed into the system. So they always push their subject into the system. That has been the order of the day. This is politics of the curriculum. Yes. If I happen to be the Minister of Education, I will give priority to social studies because of my background. I will make sure that social studies is introduced at all levels of education. It is made compulsory because of my background. Yes, let's look at the former Minister of Education under the former administration. Look at his background from STEM, technology education, from maths and science education. So he always made effort to push STEM education, and he put in place all the measures to ensure that STEM education is successfully introduced into the system of education. So your background as an expert in a particular area, and then your position also influences the subject that is introduced and the subject that is promoted. Yes, if we happen to get somebody who is from RME background, as a Minister of Education, the person will make sure that RME is made a core subject at all levels of education. I'm told that RME is not taught at the lower primary school or SHS. Is it SHS? Yeah, SHS. Yeah, as a core subject, it is not. Yes, so I will not be surprised to see a Minister of Education in some in future who is RME oriented, introducing RME at the secondary school level. Yeah, so what is happening in Ghana, the picture or the situation is as a result of the fact that when it comes to curriculum development, people make argument in favor of their subject area, and then they also make argument against other subject areas in an attempt to get their subject introduced into the system. Yes, so when it comes to the introduction of subject at the primary school level or secondary school level, or basic school, junior secondary school level, people will argue, experts will argue that let us introduce RME, let us introduce it, let us introduce social studies. And it is there that people also make a case against social studies and say that in other part of Africa, even where it originated from, they don't give social studies that kind of priority. So why must we as Ghanaians give the subject a priority? The question, I don't know whether you are getting the picture. Yes,
I am getting it.
It is an argument. So if you are unable to make your case stronger, if you are unable to build your case, if you are unable to defend your position, then you find yourself in trouble. And then once the foundation has been laid there in Kenya, and people have made some negative comment about it, and people, the country that hosted the conference to introduce social studies in an integrated manner, the same country is rejecting, is according the subject the lowest status ever. Then people can have or can use this one as a strong weapon against the introduction of the subject in any other part of the world. Because if they raise this argument that even the country that hosted the conference, the country where social studies started, they give the subject the lowest status. They accord the subject the lowest status. How do you expect a country that did not host the conference, that attended the conference, to give the subject the highest status? And that argument has continued since
You are there. I am so much clear. Don't go further.
Good. All right. So that is the picture there. Yeah. So one of the reasons was that the social scientists and other people in the higher rank in the education system, the top rank officials, the Ministry of Education, claimed that the subject was unacademic. It was unacademic. In fact, they did not understand it. That is how I know it. And then let me also put on record that, you see, the subject enjoys low status in Africa and not outside Africa. You go out there where social studies is taught. You go to Japan where social studies is taught, even up to the PhD level, social studies program. You go to the United States of America, you go to Canada, Australia, and other parts where social studies is introduced as a program at even higher level, PhD level. They accord the subject the highest respect. It is only in Africa that the subject faces this one. Yes, it is only in Africa. Yes, in fact, they describe it as unacademic. In fact, I don't blame them because they do not understand it. Yes, whoever attacks social studies, last time I mentioned that the subject is untouchable. The subject is untouchable. Yes, whoever touches the subject touches the eye of academic in this country. Yes, because the subject is a key component of the development of in the development of this country, and it can never be touched. Once you touch it, you put yourself in trouble. Once you touch it, you put the nation into jeopardy. Yes, you jeopardize the future of this country. And the reason is that, in fact, the reason have been given already. They describe it as unacademic. Unacademic because to them, the subject social studies is made up of geography, economics, history, and for that matter, when you pick social studies, you see other subject in it. So what kind of subject is it? How can we give
how can we name this subject? A subject that is made up of geography, history, civics. How can we name it? So what name are we giving to it? Yes, so they did not understand it. Yes, one subject consisting of geography. The same subject has economics, history. The same subject has civics. How will you call it? How will you call it? Yes, and we say we are calling it social studies. And they said, no, you can't call this one social studies. You can't call it social studies because it is not social studies. It is geography, it is history, and it is civics. So even if we want to give a name to this subject, we must call it geography, history, civics. Is that not it? Yes, because it is made up of geography, it's made up of history, it's made up of civics. So, so that is it. So the low status deny the subject they needed financial and then moral support. But God being so good, I said it that you cannot touch social studies. Social studies is untouchable. So in Kenya introduced a new system of education. That was 1985. It is similar to Ghana's situation. We can draw some similarities between Kenya, developing social studies in Kenya, and then that of Ghana. Yes, in Ghana, 1987, we introduced a new system of education. Social studies became a core, and it solved the problems that the subject faced prior to 1987. In Kenya, 1985, January 1985, they introduced a new system of education. And to the surprise of everybody, social studies was adopted as a core subject across all primary schools in Kenya from grade 1 to grade 8. That is why I said social studies is untouchable. Yes, it's untouchable. Yes, so the system of education adopted social studies as a core. Yes, adopted social studies as a core. Yes, so before the completion of the project, social studies was seen as a core, integral part of primary education in Kenya. But the other side of it is that it did not appear on the school timetable as social studies, but rather it was called geography, history, civic combined. Interesting. In fact, the opponents, those who are the conservative educators, traditional social scientists, they didn't want to hear the name social studies. So they said, okay, now we are going to accept the subject into the system. We are going to accept it. And it is going to be one of the subjects. But we don't want to hear the name social studies. Let's call it geography, history, civic combined. Ladies and gentlemen, I have already established the fact that once you combine geography and history, we get social studies. Once you combine geography, history, economics, we get social studies. Once you combine mathematics, you combine environmental studies, English, you get social studies. So I also established the fact that those social sciences, they are all social studies subject. They are all social studies. Yes, they are all social studies. Yes, so once we combine them, because it is about society, geography studies our society. It studies the weather of society, the landscape of society, the vegetation of society, the rainfall in our society. History looks at the origin of the people in a society, how society has changed over time. Civic looks at our responsibilities towards the state, towards society. So these are, and then you look at biology, you look at physics. Physics studies the environment, the physical nature of the environment. So physics is also about social studies. Physics is social studies because it studies the physical nature of our society or community. Yeah, so once you put all these subjects together, we have what we call social studies. So those of us in social studies, we are not interested in breaking down knowledge into several components. No, we are not interested in creating artificial boundaries around subject. No, that is not our focus. We are interested in having a holistic perspective about knowledge. Yes, we are very much interested in that. Yes, so the conservative educators said, no, we don't want to see social studies, but rather geography, history, civic combined. Geography, history, civic combined. No, why do you call it that way? Whether geography, history, civic combined or what, it is still social studies. It is still social studies. So that is the name that appeared on a timetable. So the name Geography, History, Civic combined did not reflect the true nature of social studies. Yes, it did not reflect the true nature of social studies. Yes, so finally, social studies was accepted in Kenya, but it did not appear as social studies on the timetable, but Geography, History, Civic. Now, what was the nature? The nature was that it did not reflect the true nature of social studies. Why? So it was seen as a compromise between the anti and the pro-integration factions. Those against, those in favor of integration. Let us at least meet each other halfway. Let us meet each other halfway. That was the conclusion drawn. We are meeting each other halfway. So it was a compromise between the two groups. Compromise between the two groups. Yes. Now, another nature was that the social studies was broader than what was contained in the Geography, History, Civic, because the social studies was made up of anthropology, sociology, it was made up of psychology, it was made up of music, it was made up of a whole lot of, you see, in social studies we do music, we do arts. Yes, we do music and dance, among other things. Yes, we do culture, sociology, anthropology, among others. But the Geography, History, Civic would limit social studies to only geographical issues, to historical issues, and then to civic issues. So social studies was broader than the GHC combined. The implication was that it was seen as a compromise. So social studies comprised only Geography, History, Civic, which was not the case. It was also it contradicted what was contained in the syllabus. What was contained in the syllabus? Because in the syllabus, social studies goes beyond Geography, History, Civic. In the syllabus, it goes beyond Geography, History, Civics. But the Geography, History, Civic limited the content of social studies. So it was a very big challenge. And then another implication was that teachers would rely on their knowledge in geography, in civic, and in history to teach it, instead of treating it as integrated whole. They will not treat it as integrated whole, but rather rely on the knowledge, the thought base of geography, history, civic to teach it. And then the teachers and students will be tempted to isolate concept topics to be treated. Yes, so they will treat them without linking, transferring knowledge across the three subject areas. Yes, they will teach it without transferring knowledge across these three areas. So these were the implications. Yeah, so we have talked about all these things. Please, if you have any question, let me know. Let's see how the Geography, History, Civic was interpreted. It was seen as a reflection of the resistance attitude of the conservative educators. That is the interpretation given. Yes, it is the attitude. You don't want to see social studies. So if and then you want to compromise your position by saying that, okay, we are going to accept it, but we don't want to see the name social studies. We want to see GHC combined. By GHC combined is social studies. So it was a reflection of their attitude. And it was also a living testimony, a living indication of the long resistance anti-integration movement towards social studies. Yeah, it was seen as a compromise between these two. I think I've mentioned all these things. Good. So that was now the argument that was given was that different subjects with different foundation objective cannot be taught, cannot be put together, but rather must be taught separately. Yeah, that was the argument given. All right. Please, any question before I move on to the reason why the government, in fact, the Geography, History, Civic, or accepting social studies into the system of education in Kenya was facilitated by the government of Kenya at the time, 1985. Why did the government finally accept social studies when the new educational system was introduced in Kenya in 1985? Why did the government accept social studies? Why did the government accept social studies? One, The evaluation project that was started by the Social Studies project, if you remember, the 8-point measures, the measures that were taken by the Social Studies project: 1, conduct a survey; 2, taking student teachers through in-service training; 3, seeking their opinions; and then 4, developing teaching learning materials, among others, pilot testing, and then the last one was evaluating. Those 8 projects, the outcome of the project, evaluation of the project, showed that majority of the teachers who were involved in a pilot testing consider social studies to be better than the social science single subject. That was the outcome of the evaluation. Yeah, so in Kenya, it was pilot tested. A study was conducted 1979, between 79 to 1985. Yes, a study was conducted on pilot testing basis, and the outcome of the study revealed that teachers preferred the integrated social studies program to the social science project program, because to the teachers, social studies in its integrated manner is better. It's better, well positioned in solving national problems, in promoting national development, national cohesion, than the single subject approach. I'm not saying this so. It is from the government of Kenya, where social studies emanated from, where social studies originated from. Yes, where social studies originated from. So the government approved, accepted social studies because the teachers themselves confess that social studies is better than the social sciences. Yes, and that has always been my position, that yes, to come to the university without studying social studies, then it's better you don't come. Yes, it's better you don't come, because social studies, so far, one of the best subject. Yes, one of the best subjects, not because I'm into social studies, no, but you see, look at other universities, Now you go to Christ Apostolic University, they have social studies. Presbyterian University, they have social studies. Valley View University, they have social studies. Yes, so you see, even the emerging, the private universities that are emerging, they have sought the relevance of teaching, introducing social studies as part of their curriculum, and that makes social studies the best subject so far in the system of education at a higher level. Yes, so that is, so your sisters, your brothers who are here to pursue university degree, tell them that the doors of social studies are widely open. Yes, and ready to share, ready to develop, ready to improve upon them. Yes, so tell them. Now, so that is a government response. Social studies is better than the other subjects, social sciences. I'm not saying this. Yes, I'm not saying. If I had said this, you would have said that it's because I am into social studies, or I am in the University of Cape Coast. Yes. So social studies so far the best. That is the government. Social studies is better than the social sciences in their single form. The geography, the history in its single form. The civic in its single form. The economics, among others. That is the government comment. The comment by the government of Kenya, 1985. Good. Teachers and headmasters also advance many reasons to indicate the superior nature of social studies to the separate subject approach. Teachers and head teachers in the schools, that was the argument they also raised, that social studies is superior. You see, superior. It is superior because even in America, they saw the superiority, the superior nature of social studies in an integrated manner, and that called for a change from the separate subject to the integrated approach in the United States of America. Yes, so that was it. Now, let's see the kind of justification the government of Kenya gave for accepting social studies, how the government of Kenya justified social studies. One, he said that, or the government said that the content of social studies and the methodology of social studies focus on the child's immediate environment and make the child become conversant and relevant to the society. Yes. So the subject does not produce job-seeking graduate. No. The subject does not produce illiterate graduate. No. The subject produces people, graduates who are relevant to the development of the nation. People who have the nation at heart, who have positive attitude towards their nation. People who have developed taste for the development, who are conscious about the development of their nation. That is what the subject produces. Yes, and don't forget, I said that before the introduction of this geography, before the introduction of the history, before the introduction of the civics, we had our geography. Africa knew geography before the coming of geography from the Western world. Don't forget, Africa, we had geography. I said earlier that, you see, our forefathers could tell time. They could predict rainfall. They could predict, they could describe vegetation. They knew the medicinal value of our vegetation. They knew all these things before the coming of the Europeans. They knew all these things. Yes. And the child was taken through all these things. So the child was relevant to his environment until the coming of the Europeans. Yes, until the coming of the Europeans. We had our history, but the European condemned that and said that until the coming of the Europeans, Africa had no history. Africa had no history. In fact, it's as a result of lack of knowledge. Because when we say history, what is history? The fact that we did not document our history does not mean that we did not have history. No. The fact that the history was not written down does not mean we did not have history. We have different sources of history. One of them is written, other is oral, unwritten. Yes, so to say that Africa had no history until the coming of the Europeans is a major disrespect. It is a disrespect to the integrity of our forefathers. Yes, of our forefathers. It's a disrespect to the great leaders of this continent who shed their blood for the survival of the latter day saints. Yes. So we had all these things. So the government said the content related to Africa, the methodology was African. But you see, the geography that was being taught was Europe, geography of Europe. We didn't know anything about Africa. And in fact, till now, we lack a whole lot of things about ourselves. A whole lot of things about ourselves. If I'm to ask you your name, the meaning of the English name, the Western name, you can easily tell me. But your surname, tell me the meaning. You will never be able to tell me. That is how far we have gotten to. Yes. So we can tell Stephen, the name of Stephen Dora, we know where it originated from. We know that Stephen was a key preacher in Acts of the Apostles, who was stoned to death. And at the point of his death, he saw heaven opened and he prayed to God, God, forgive these people, for they do not know what they are doing. We know where Stephen originated from, but we don't know where the other surname, we don't know where they originated from. We know Emmanuel, we know Asempa, we know Ahiabo, but how did this name originated? Where did they originate from? We cannot tell. That is our challenge. That is our challenge. That is our challenge. Yeah, so Kenyan government accepted social studies because of this one. And it was part of the socialization process of Africa. Yes, social studies. In fact, one of the best subjects, because to socialize, socialization, how to get closer to people. Yes, how to treat people fairly. Social studies, it cut across every sphere of life. Go to the banking hall. If you are a banker, a bank manager, your tellers, your client, your staff do not treat the customers very well, you are going to lose your customers. So social studies also it cut across the banking sector. Go to the hospital. Yes, the relationship between the doctor and then the patient, nurses and their patients, if there is that kind of uncordial relationship, unfriendly relationship between them, how would they get healed? Yes. So clinical psychologists, in order to get closer to their patient, they need to have that kind of cordial relationship with them. So social studies is seen there. You go to government, in government, politicians, they use strategies in social studies how to get closer to people. They use all these things to win voters, to win supporters for themselves. You go to where? Which part? Tell me. You go to even the banking sector, the staff there, if they don't have the work at heart, if they have not studied social studies, they are going to exhibit negative attitude towards work, which we teach in social studies, that as a worker, you need to exhibit positive attitude. Yes, so workers need to develop that kind of positive attitude in order to work and work successfully. So social studies can never be left out of any sector of the economy. Any sector of the economy. I'll give you a short break very soon. Yes. Yes, so that is the picture as we have now. Let me see. In fact, my system has been slow throughout the day. I've seen some messages in the box. Let me see if my system will allow me to go into the box and then read, so that I can see if there will be the need for some few break. Then we continue from there. My system has been so slow throughout the day. Okay. Please. Let me see. I'll give you a short break very soon. Very soon, I'm going to break you. Them is not responding. Wow, good. All right, please, any questions so far? Hello, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Hello, are you there?
Yes, sir. We are here.
Yeah, we are here. We are following you, sir.
Any questions so far? Let me know if there's any question before I give you some break. And please, I've seen some messages in the box. I will respond to them. I'll use the break time to restart my machine. Yeah, I'll use the break time to restart my machine so that I can address your issues for you. Okay. So another justification was that it was child-centered. It was child-centered. Social studies also reinforced the child's way of thinking. All these were given by the Kenyan government. I'm not saying it. So the government claimed that the integrated approach reinforces the child's way of thinking. Yes, it makes children think better. Social studies. So it means that if you don't study social studies, you are not going to think well. You are not going to think better. So social studies enables the child to think better. Wherever you find yourself, you think well. You have positive thinking. You have, when you are interacting, dealing with people, you are dealing with people, you think better, you think positively. So if you don't study social studies, you're thinking, ladies and gentlemen, I am not saying this. So I am not saying this. So don't go and quote me. It's the government of Kenya who said that if you don't study social studies, you don't think better. Yeah, so it reinforces the child's way of thinking. And for that matter, it widens the variety of teaching and learning materials. Yes, it brings on board several materials to be used. And then it is also child-centered. Child-centered. Yeah, so we use child-centered approach. We teach in such a way that the learners will understand. We come down to the level of the learners. That is child-centered. And it is also economical and then eases congestion on the school's timetable. Yes, congestion on the school's timetable. School timetable. Instead of having geography, history, civics at different sections, we put them together to be taught as one subject. All these arguments were put in place. All these justifications were made by a government. not by an individual. No, let us take note of that. By a government. So a government put this out there, where the subject originated from, the root cause of the subject, the root source of the subject. The government said that, yes, I have seen the potentials in social studies, and for that matter, it broadens the curriculum and it makes it easier to discover the relationship between and among subjects. These arguments were put out there by the government. So these factors formed the basis for the surprising adoption of social studies by the Kenyan government. Now, so by 1985, the upper forms were yet to receive social studies. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for paying attention to the development of social studies in Kenya. Any question so far? Or I give you a few minutes break. Any questions? So that is the development of social studies in Kenya. Development of social studies in Kenya. Question, Ashika, Johannes, please make your submission.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Good.
Sir, with the slide that we have on the development of social studies in Kenya, I think the last aspect you were talking about, why the government accepted the integrated social studies, is not part of it.
Are you sure? Oh, okay. Let me check it again. So I'll check it and then I'll check and resend. Okay. All right.
Ashika is part
Okay, sir. Thank you very much.
They are saying it's part 2. Somebody said it's part 2. So Ashika,
we have justifications 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. It's part.
You have it. So it's part. Ashika, check it. Okay, good.
Okay, sir.
Jonathan, please go ahead. Aiba Jonathan.
Okay, thank you very much, Doc. Please, on the development of social studies in Nigeria, it seems you have not given us.
Yes. Oh, is that so? Last Nigeria.
Yes. Social studies was not
Nigeria.
part. Nigeria was not part. We have Ghana and then Kenya.
Okay. Don't worry. I'll send Nigeria. Good. Further questions? Okay, quickly. Let me go to the chat box and then read your messages before I give you the break. Yeah, Stephen, Johannes, please go ahead. Stephen, Dela Ahiabo. I don't want to ask Stephen the meaning of Dela and then Ahiabo, where Ahiabo originated from, and then where Dela originated from. I don't want to.
Thank you, Doc. Questions on the interpretations of social studies as geography, history, and civics. With all due respect, please, can you throw more light on the second point?
What is the second point? What is the second point?
That it was interpreted as a living indication and testimony of long.
Yeah. So the interpretation was good. It was that, you see, people had resisted it since the initial attempt to introduce it. And the resistance was, in fact, it took several years for them to resist. They resisted it in diverse ways. Yeah, so once it was agreed that, well, we don't want to see social studies, but civic and geography, history, civic, then people saw it as a continuation of the resistance. Yes, although the government says we should. You see, the government accepted it. That is why these people prefer the geography, history, civic. They wouldn't have even preferred the geography, history, civic. Yeah, so they accepted it, not because they didn't accept it in good faith. Let me put it that way. They accepted it because the government saw something good about the subject. And they rather prefer the geography, history, civic not because they wanted to teach those subjects in an integrated manner, but it was seen as their resistance attitude, a compromising certain position. Yes, so it was still a resistance against social studies, although it was seen as integrated one. Yes, so we are saying that it is a reflection of the long-standing resistance. It was still a resistant attitude towards the subject, although it was seen as geography, history, civic. It was still a resistant attitude towards it. They did not accept it in good faith, but they still wanted to resist it, although the government had accepted it. So that is how they did it. That.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Let me.
Please.
Okay, go ahead.
So,
go ahead.
Please, what point were you explaining, please?
Come again.
I didn't get the question that he asked you before you started explaining.
How the geography, history, civic was interpreted. The interpretation that was given to geography, civic. So that's interpretation. Let me go to the text box, and then after that, I'll give you a break. Ayiba Jonathan said, Apostle Dr. Atta, preach on. Wow. Ayiba, I'm an apostle of social studies, so give me that chance to preach of social studies. Good. Thank you very much. If I'm an apostle of social studies, then you are all disciples of social studies. Yes, so Ayiba, thank you very much for that. Yes. Ernest Ameku said, so say, have this crop of politicians we have in Ghana also learned the social studies we are talking about? If you think well, then it means you have learned social studies. If you don't think well, then it means you have not learned social studies. I am not saying that the Kenyan government said that social studies reinforces the child's way of thinking. So those who think better, they have done social studies. Those who do not think better, they haven't done it. So whether the current crop of politicians have learned social studies or not, my answer is that those who think well, they have done social studies. Those who do not think well, they have not done social studies. So Ernest, that is the answer I can give. Ernest comes again, said, hey Doc, you have so much love for this subject. I love that. Yes, Ernest, I love it. Yes. Right from basic, secondary to first degree, to second degree, to third degree are the social studies. Yes, and I will continue to do social studies. I am continuing reading social studies from all spheres of life. And I will encourage everybody to do social studies. Yes, because even when it comes to the job market, it comes to the job market. If you, we need to see, Code has created several centers across the country. We need people, and then we have social studies as one of the courses, several social studies courses. So we need people who were trained in social studies to teach, people with social studies qualification to teach at the various centers. That is why I'm pushing for this. So you, after your first degree, you do your master's, you do PhD. Yes, there are more opportunities. Private universities, they are there. Yes, colleges of education, social studies is there. We need people with the requisite qualification to teach the subject, not people who are half-baked. People who are half-baked, they have geography, they have knowledge in economics and history, but no geography. So they can't teach social studies well. Yes, these are the people that I don't want them to teach the subject. People who have the required qualification to teach the subject. These are the people who must be made the subject. Yes, so that is why I'm so passionate about social studies. So that is why. Emmanuel Sempa, it won't come in exams lab. Which one won't come to the exams lab? You, Asempa, continue to promote that Asempa that it will not come in exams lab. Before you laugh at the wrong side of your mouth. Yes. Harry Enin. Harry Enin. Let's okay. All right. Maybe Sado say, so social studies still facing harassment currently? Exactly. Social studies is still facing harassment. Even from the apostles of social studies themselves. Yes, from the students of social studies themselves. They don't want to be seen as people pursuing social studies. So when we ask them, what program are you pursuing in the university? They will say we are doing social science. They themselves have negative perception against about the subject. So that is the answer. Let me take the last one from Salome. Salome, good intrinsic motivation about the subject. Well done, Doc. Thank you very much, Salome. Thank you very much. So that is all for the textbooks. There's a hand. Are you by Jonathan? Your hand is up, please. Let me take you as the last question and then quick time.
Okay, thank you very much, Doc, for the opportunity. Mine is not a question, though it's a suggestion. Some of us, we want to do the MPhil after this program. So we are suggesting that if UCC could make a way by making the MPhil the mini distance once in a month or so, we can come to the main campus for the lectures, then the rest will be online. It will help a lot.
But we have the top up. We have the top up. We have the MEd and then the top up. Why don't you choose that option? That one is also equally important too.
But that one, you waste a lot of money.
Oh, right. Please don't talk about waste of money. Once you are educating yourself, you have not wasted money. You have spent. Money spent is not wasted at all. Yes, money spent is not wasted at all. Yeah. So don't say you waste a lot of money. No. And we are not charging exorbitant fees. No. We are not charging exorbitant fees. You see, the centers we pay the center, the centers we rent, the rooms and others, furniture, facilities, among other things, electricity, water, and others. We rent, and so we are bringing the whole program to the doorstep of your house or whatever. Yeah. So it's worth it. Yeah. So it's worth it for. So you are not wasting money at all. In fact, I don't want to say this. I don't want to say that if you think education is expensive, try ignorance. I don't want to say that, and I've not said that. But you see, now price of things are increasing. Yeah, everywhere. Yeah, so to rent a whole institution, like you go to Mauli, you have rented some classrooms, facilities, electricity, among other things. Teachers, lecturers who have to travel all the way from Cape Coast to Mauli, they need to be accommodated, they need to be fed, among other things. Yes, that one, in fact, it is even better than coming here, leaving your job, your place of work, with all those inconveniences, leaving them, and then coming back to campus to stay, leaving your family behind, leaving your businesses behind, and others, leaving them, your social activities. Maybe you will be attending maybe funeral or whatever, wedding or whatever. You have to leave all those things behind. Come and stay. When you come to campus, you see, you will not be given free accommodation, free feeding. You have to rent, and accommodation on campus is not as compared to where you stay. If you don't know, ask people who are staying on campus. Ask them, people who have rented rooms here, single room a month. The amount of money that you pay, it's not easy. And even in some cases,
hello, sir.
Yes.
My own is they are not trying for those of us in Accra at all, because I checked the med centers. Accra is not part. So this year I applied to, and the admission they give me, Sunyani, I have to go to Sunyani, and you are paying a fees of 6,700. It's not helping. So they need to get a place in Accra for us.
In fact, we used to have but Accra, we have Papa Few. We have a center at Papa Few. Yeah.
No, but the social studies, all were given at we were supposed to go to Sunyani.
Then that is a master's MEd. In fact, it depends on the number of applicants that we received at the center. At times, that is also an indicator. The number of applicants. So if you have one or two, then it will not be economically wise to send several lecturers to meet only two. So we need to send them to a different center. Yeah, so that at times account for that. Yeah, because I think there was, I remember we had students in all those centers, but now the intake is reducing, and it's reducing. Yeah, so at times you have few applicants. So that has been the issue. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. You wanted to say something?
Yes, Doc, I wanted to say that UDS, they are doing their online own. They will have
Social,
lectures online. No,
social
they don't have. No, it's ICTM.
Okay,
Uh,
they do online. Okay.
yes, and then within the month, they will go face to face, maybe within the weekend, somewhere Thursday, Friday, then they will add the weekends and go back to their workplaces. So if that could be done, it will help because I'm from Upper East Borga. And if we are to do the M8, it means that we have to come coming to somewhere Shungani, which is almost the same as if we are coming to UCC.
Oh, but Sinyane, the accommodation is not as compared to UCC. Sinyane, you are housed in an institution, Wise, if I'm right. Sinyane, you'll be housed in Wise. The accommodation, I think, is better. The price is better. Accommodation, or maybe, I don't know, the period that you spend there. But you come to campus, hey, my brother, even before you can get accommodation, it's a challenge. And then security. If you don't get accommodation on campus, but in the university communities around the villages around the university, security is a major issue that we are trying to resolve. Yeah, security. Yeah, we are trying to bring it to at least the minimum level. But out there, you are at Wise or any other center, Papa Few or wherever, security is better. Security is better. So I'm not trying to say that you should not come for the regular. That's not what I'm trying to say. But looking at your place of work, looking at where you work, the nature of your job, living there to come to pursue the MPO directly. And you see the gap, the difference is just more. You are paying 6,000 for the MPO, is that not it? MPO is around 4,800. So few difference about 1,000, 3,004. Yeah. So the difference is just the difference between the fees. Regular MPO last year.
The 4,000, the 3,000, yes, Mr.
The 4,000, that is 4,800 and something, almost 4,900 for a year, not a semester, a year.
4,000.
The MED is a semester per semester.
MED is not MED is not a semester, it's a year. One semester is a year. Check it well. One semester is a year.
Okay.
One semester is a year. So you go 2 semesters, completed I think 3 years or so. So we have year 1, year 2. So you go first semester, you are done. You see it as a semester, it's a year. You are completed first year. The next one you come, you have completed the 2 years. That is how it is. So the difference is not much. But if you still prevail, but for the distance, MA to come on distance, in fact, we need to look at policy directive from GTech and others, which I think the university is considering. Yeah, so let's pray that maybe your children, your grandchildren will come and then meet that one. Yes.
Yeah, not now.
But if you don't benefit from it and your children benefit from it, you know the same. Christiana, let's talk social studies. Christiana, your hand is up. Unmute your microphone. Okay. Ashika, your hand is still
Hello,
up.
sir.
Yes, go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Sir.
Yes.
Please, I want to add my voice on particularly on the admission concerning the MA.
Okay, add.
I'm not a student, but I have a colleague who is currently on the program. They are running it online, so if they are interested in getting enrolled on this program, they should contact the postgraduate unit for UCC for more information on it. They are not doing it distance; it's online.
Good. Thank you very much for that information. Yeah, so you can as well. But what he's saying is that if you want more information about some of these things, you can get in touch with the postgraduate coordinator of our programs. In fact, he's going to educate you more about some of these issues that we are discussing.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Need
was
the
why
coordinator.
my voice on.
You said that was the coordinator.
Hello?
Hello. Yeah.
Yes, I said I wanted to add my voice on the admission.
Good. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, currently I'm one of the MPhil students.
Regular.
No, the sandwich, the top up.
Sandwich. Top up. Okay. Okay.
Yes, sir. So I want to advocate that it's a nice program though. So you just need the MED. When you finish the MED, then you go for the 1 year top up. And they have even advanced. When we were going, we used to go to campus 2 semesters before you start your thesis and then write. But now they have improved upon it. Our immediate predecessors, they have not gone to campus again. Per the cost you were talking about, they didn't incur that. They did everything online.
Okay.
And they are even, some of them are even overtaking those of us who took the lead. Yeah, so it's actually a good thing to do when we finish this program. Anyone that can afford, just enroll immediately for the MED, then do the top up. The only challenge we are facing is just that some of us are far away. And then contacting supervisors and then Swift replies are always a little bit an issue. Yeah,
Auntie
so
Ashika, please, your number so that we can call and find more about it.
My number.
Yes, please.
Okay, 02488344422. But I'll put it in the chat box.
Calm down.
You will put it in the chat.
I'll put it on in the chat box.
Okay.
Yes. So it's actually great. There are other so many opportunities if you are just like Doc is talking about. They have bakes that are taking our opportunity. When you actually go much into the social studies, you take your places, whilst the social studies also gain its grounds. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ashi. Thank you. So please get in touch with the postgraduate unit. Good. They will give you more information. Yes, so thank you. Any other issue? If not, let me give my concluding remarks and go. Yes, so just as Ashika mentioned, people have taken over your possession. You need to possess your possession. Go through the social studies. Come back and then possess your possession. Yes. So that is it. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, Doc.
Good. Good. So
Yes,
please,
Doc.
let's do that. In fact, the opportunities are there. So kindly get in touch with the coordinator. And then he will give you more information about going forward with regards to social studies. Yeah. All right. So thank you very much. We are resuming exactly 20 minutes. So 10 minutes to 10. 10 minutes to 10.
Doc, let's make it 10.
Let's make it 10.
All right. 10 o'clock. We are resuming. 10 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Welcome back from the break. It's 10 o'clock according to my time. Let's continue. Hello, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good. So we are moving on to the development of social studies in Uganda. In Uganda. Then from Uganda, we go to social studies in Sierra Leone. Then we end with the Gambia. Yeah, so 3 countries left, then go. So let's look at Uganda social studies in Uganda. Before that, let's have a brief overview of Uganda. So what I'm projecting is the flag of Uganda. The flag of Uganda. Okay, so the flag of Uganda, their motto, for God and my country, anthem. Oh, Uganda, land of beauty, and continues from there. Basic information about Uganda. Capital of Uganda is Kampala. Kampala official language is English. Uganda was also among the countries that were colonized by Great Britain. Local languages spoken
English is official. Swahili is also official. Vernacular languages include Luganda and Lusoga and others. These are some of the languages spoken in the country. The people of Uganda are known as Ugandans, government unity dominant party, semi-presidential republic. We have other information. The system of governance is legislature or parliamentary system of governance. They got independence from Britain and British government 9th October 1962. Current constitution was adopted 1995. That was 8th October 95. Population 41 million as of 2016. GPD is there. This is the map of Uganda. The map of Uganda. Yeah, so let me extend it. So Uganda, when you look at it critically, you see that you see some other countries. We have Kenya to the east, Zaire to the west. Then we have Tanzania south. Rwanda is also south. Southwestern Uganda. North is Sudan, Southern Sudan. Southern Sudan. The Great East African Rift Valley, and then the largest natural lake in Africa, Lake Victoria, shares border with Uganda. So those are some of the basic information about the country. It is a landlocked country in East Africa. The borders I've already shared with you. Traces its roots to ancestors who were hunter-gatherers. Yes, until 1700, 1700 to 2300 years ago. In 1877, British Anglican missionaries arrived in the Kingdom of Buganda. 1894, the British government with the Bugandan Kingdom created the Ugandan Protectorate. Yes, the famous sleeping sickness disease, 1900 to 1920, was an epidemic in southern part of Uganda that affected the country. Yes, and it killed over 250,000 people. Sleeping sickness, 250,000 people in Uganda. Uganda became a republic 1963, maintained membership with Commonwealth of Nations, countries that were colonized by Great Britain. The first post-independence election was held in 1962, and it was won by alliance between the Ugandan People Congress, UPC, and the Kabaka Yeka, KY. Now let's look at, so that is basic history about Uganda. Let's look at the development of history, social studies in Uganda. In Uganda, the initial attempt to introduce social studies could be traced to the 3 conferences that were held. Mombasa Conference, 68, Oxford Conference, 67, Massachusetts Conference, 61. Yes, so right from the conference, in fact, it took some years, about 7 years, for Uganda to initiate the introduction of social studies in Uganda. So 1975, attempt was made to introduce it. Now, during the conferences, one prominent personality who represented Uganda in all the 3 conferences was Mr. W. Sintiza Kajubi, who represented Uganda. He was one of the pioneers of the introduction of social studies in an integrated manner in Uganda. 1984, social studies seminar was organized for teachers and other stakeholders in Uganda as a way of supporting the development of social studies. So out of the 157 teachers who attended the workshop, 1984, 56% did not know that social studies was supposed to be different from history, geography, civics. Yeah, so we see history, geography, and civics were also taught in their separate manner in Uganda. Don't forget, I've already made a point that across all the colonies, the colonies were 17 social studies, geography, history, civics were taught. And the geography, history, civics were not related to the African context. So in Uganda, the same thing happened. Geography, history, civic that were taught were not related to the Ugandan context, and teachers were trained in the separate subject approaches, not in the integrated approach. So teachers also did not have much knowledge about that. Now, in Uganda, they accepted social studies. Let's look at some of the reasons that accounted for the acceptance of social studies in Uganda. Political reasons, educational reasons. Yes, so two major reasons. Now, politically, Uganda faced ethnic disunity upon attaining independence in 1962. So right after independence, there was ethnic disunity, ethnic war, ethnic division. Now, the division was fueled by British colonial policy of divide and rule. Those of you reading history, tell us, what was that? What is the meaning of that policy of divide and rule as introduced by the British colonial education, the British colonial masters? Divide and rule. When say divide and rule, but yes, ladies and gentlemen, see, the British, when they came, they introduced different or the Europeans, when they came, they introduced different administrative styles. Yes, different administrative styles. Yeah. In Ghana, in the 1850s, when the poll tax ordinance was introduced, the British preferred ruling the local people through the chiefs. So indirect rule was introduced. In Ghana, in the Gold Coast, indirect rule. Indirect. The British ruled the local people through the chiefs. So where there were no chiefs, they installed chiefs for us. And that has also accounted for the numerous chieftaincy disputes that we have in Africa and then in Ghana, to be specific. What is the meaning of divide and rule? Yes.
Hello.
Oh, nobody's coming.
Hello.
Yes, please go ahead. I'm listening.
Yeah. To my understanding, on divide and rule is a administrative style whereby the leader tries to divide or try to create a division among eight followers, so that they cannot be united to have conflict with him. That's what I understand from the principle.
Good. Yes, so it was a policy introduced by the British colonial policy. Yes, somebody on the floor. Okay. Yeah, so they use. Go ahead, I'm listening. Go ahead.
Yeah, what I've heard about the divide and rule principle by the British was that the policy aimed at taking up the interest of the British government so that the resources they want to exploit will be at this highest speed. And because of that, if there is unity among the local people, especially in Africa, like Nigeria and Ghana, or Gold Coast that time, the unity may create a certain
hindrance,
action. Yes, around their exploitation, and they create much awareness. So because of that, sometimes their projects and the things they do were favoring certain ethnic groups, so that the others will also envy, and it will create high tension among them, and they will fight among themselves. And as they are fighting among themselves through this unity, they lay their eyes and then their attention off what the British or the white people are doing, and then continually they move on to explore the resources and do whatever they want to do administratively to get their interests paid done at the end of the day. So the divide and rule was a principle to make sure that Africans, especially those within the territories, are being divided in a certain way so that their attention and their dreams will not be realized at the end of the day, and then they will also get whatever they wanted to do in Africa successfully done. So that was my understanding on the divide and rule.
Exactly. Thank you very much. Yes, so it was an attempt to weaken the local power structures, the local powers, so that they could exploit the local people. Yes, so when we say divide and rule, it was a strategy that was introduced by the British colonial administration for exploiting existing divisions, resources in the colonies. Yes, this allowed the British government to weaken, to maintain authority over the local people in order to exploit the resources with few military presence in the colonies. Yeah, so wherever they saw that the people were united, the British try as much as possible to disunite them so that the people will fight against themselves, and the British will take advantage of the conflict to exploit the resources in the community or in those societies. Yes, and this was what was implemented by the British, the people that most of us are trying, we are running to for help. We want to stay in their country. We want to go and work in their country. Look at what they did to our colonial masters and to our forefathers, our ancestors. Yes, let us create division. Let us fuel division. Let us disunite them. Yes, so that when they are disunited, when they are fighting each other, we can exploit their resources. We can steal their resources. Yes, so that was a policy that was introduced. So after independence, 1962, the British introduced this policy to divide them. In fact, it became a major issue and divided them. Uganda divided them. Yes, so Ugandan welcomed the new social studies program because they saw that it was the only subject to instill nationalism among the people for the purpose of creating a unified nation. If social studies is to be implemented, if Ugandans are to be united, then the unification of Ugandans can never be attained without the introduction of social studies education in primary schools in Uganda. That was the idea in Uganda. So Uganda introduced social studies. Yeah, so political reasons that accounted. After independence, there was disunity fueled by British policy of divide and rule. It led to disunity among Ugandans. Ugandans saw that the only way to unite the people and to catapult the nation to national development was the introduction of social studies. Educational reason. In fact, Uganda also inherited weak system of education from their colonial master, Great Britain. Don't forget, the same country, the same masters colonized about 17 African countries. So the Ugandans saw that the only way to eliminate the weaknesses was to introduce social studies curriculum. Yes, because social studies will draw the child closer to his environment. It will introduce the child to his or her culture. But European education did not introduce the child to his culture. Yeah, so that was the issue. They also advocated, they also saw that existing curriculum was irrelevant in terms of scope, in terms of content. So these issues led to an unending search for relevant subject. And then besides, the social sciences were held to share certain basic concepts, common grounds, which could be integrated. So they saw that the social sciences, history, geography, civics, they share certain commonalities that could be brought together to be taught in an integrated manner. So that was another educational reason that accounted for the adoption of social studies. Then Uganda also faced another major challenge. What was the challenge? Shortage of teachers. What accounted for the shortage of teachers? The exodus of teachers across Africa to Nigeria. Uganda had her share. So in the 80s, in the 70s, teachers migrated to Uganda to seek greener pastures. So it affected the development of social studies in Uganda. The Ugandans faced the problem of shortage of teachers. So instead of getting one teacher for geography, another teacher for history, another teacher for civic, we could get one teacher who can teach geography, history, civic in an integrated manner in order to solve the shortage of teacher problem. Yeah, so that was a challenge. And then another educational challenge was shortage of teaching learning materials at the time. So all these called for social studies, which was seen as the perfect alternative subject for utilizing the scarce resources in terms of human and material resources in Uganda. Yes, so ladies and gentlemen, it wasn't only in Ghana, it wasn't only in Nigeria, not only in Kenya, where the relevance in social studies was realized, was recognized. The Ugandans also saw the hidden values in social studies education and the need to implement it in order to have a successful system of education. Yes, so in Uganda, social studies was introduced basically because they saw that it was the only subject at the time. It was the only subject that could help solve the educational challenges in terms of teacher shortages, in terms of material shortages, in terms of timetabling. Social studies was accepted. Resources were scarce in Uganda. Yes, so the teaching of 3 or 4 subjects as one was considered economical in terms of resources, among others. Another reason was that in Uganda, the National Curriculum Division Center, Development Center, saw social studies as a Trinity subject. A Trinity subject, the integrated social studies. The cornerstone that was rejected by Uganda and by Kenya, Uganda saw something relevant in it. Social studies is Trinity. It's Trinity. It's Trinity. Trinity consisting or comprising geography, history, civic. And the Ugandan National Examination Board included religious education in the definition of social studies. So religion education was also considered as part of social studies because of the relevance of social studies. Yes, so these were the basis for accepting social studies in Uganda in terms of education. Now, after the Mombasa Conference of 1968, the National Institute of Education of Makerere University of Uganda introduced social studies into its curriculum. Makerere University. So you go to Uganda, you can study social studies. They have social studies as part of the courses that is being taught. And then they also train teachers, organize workshops, among others, with the support of the ASSP Secretariat in Kenya. Yeah. Please, if you have any question, let me know. Good. Yeah. So, so workshops were organized for teachers in Uganda, and then the people who participated in the conference were 26 college teachers, among others. And then the Ugandan also set up that's the National Institute of Education of Makerere University set up a panel to write or to develop syllabus for teaching of social studies, both at the primary school and then teacher training institution level. Yes, so in fact, for Uganda, we do not have much information about they don't have much information, let me put it that way. Their social studies did not go through the oppositions that we saw in terms of Ghana, in terms of Uganda, but their major challenge was shortage of teachers, shortage of teaching learning resources, and then material for that syllabus, and then others. So basically, this is all we can say about social studies in Uganda. Any questions so far? Okay, so if there's no question, let's look at development of social studies in Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone. Okay, good. Development of social studies in Sierra Leone. Where is Sierra Leone located on the continent? Where? Yeah, yes, where is Sierra Leone located on the continent of Africa? Sierra Leone.
It is West Africa. It can
West
be found
Africa.
in West Africa. Yes.
Good, thank you. Yeah, so basic fact about Sierra Leone, that is their flag. Sierra Leone is officially Republic of Sierra Leone. It's a country in West Africa. Country in West Africa. It is bordered by Guinea to the northeast, Liberia to the southeast, and the Atlantic Ocean to the southwest. The country has a total area of 71,740 square kilometers square. That is a map of Uganda. I'm sorry, Sierra Leone. That is a map of Sierra Leone. Okay, let me see if I can enlarge it. Yes, so we have Sierra Leone there. Sierra Leone is there. The one marked in red, that is Sierra Leone. That is Sierra Leone. Okay, so that's a map of Sierra Leone. Good. Now let's have other basic facts about Sierra Leone. The current population census was conducted 2019. 2019, 7,809,846. Yeah, so that is a population of Uganda. I'm sorry, Sierra Leone, population of Sierra Leone. Yes, it is equivalent to 0.1% of the total world population. 35% of the population is in urban, 35% is in urban. Yeah, it is constitutional republic with directly elected president, and then it has a unicameral legislature known as parliament. What is a unicameral legislature? What is a unicameral legislature? Yes.
Yeah, when we say unicameral legislature in political terms, is a country that has only one parliamentary house. If it is bicameral, it means they have two, as in the case of Britain, the upper and the lower house. But a unicameral legislature means that we have only one parliament. In the case of Ghana, we have only one parliament house. That is on the ticket of a political
one
party.
chamber.
Get to that, yes.
Good, thank you very much. So it has 5 administrative regions. They became independent from United Kingdom, Great Britain on 27th April 1961. Milton Magai, who became the country's first prime minister at independence, 2 parties shared a vote in multi-party political system. So first in office was the Sierra Leone People's party during 1962-67 under Sir Merchant Mackay. So that was 1978, the country became one-party state. Let me ask, in which year did Ghana become one-party state? In which year did Ghana become one-party state? Yes, can see a hand. Yes, go ahead. Whose hand is that? Please go ahead.
1st July 1960.
1961 party state. Hey, that 1960 is a republic. 1st July.
Republic.
Became republic. 1960. Not one party state. It was
1964.
1964,
led by Nkrumah CPP.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Okay, so and that led to the arrest of political opponents, banning political activity. The only existing political party was the CPP. Yes, the only legal political party in Ghana in 1964 was the CPP. All other political opponents who opposed Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, some of them were arrested in prison without trial. And that led to the death of J.B. Dankwa, political opponent of Kwame Nkrumah, in prison. Yeah, so that is just a bit of history about Ghana. So in Sierra Leone, in 1978, the country became one-party state, and as a result of some of this struggle for political power. Yeah, the current constitution was adopted in 1961. Yeah, so from 1991 to 2001, there was this Sierra Leone civil war. In fact, go and read more about the Sierra Leone civil war. In fact, it was devastating. It was devastating. Yeah, so civil war was fought, devastated the country, destroyed a whole lot of generation, a whole lot of infrastructure, among other things. Yeah, so it left more than 50,000 people dead. Much of the country's infrastructure destroyed. Over 2 million Sierra Leoneans displaced as refugees in neighboring countries. Some came to Ghana. Yes, so in fact, the civil war brought a halt to education in Sierra Leone. Okay, so the civil war was devastating. Education was brought to a halt. The country, everything. Yeah, so civil war in Sierra Leone. In fact, a lot of people died. Some were injured, some were amputated, among other things, in the country, and it affected them greatly. In fact, it was an eyesore. The situation in Uganda is not something that situation in Sierra Leone, in Sierra Leone, is not something that they themselves want to hear. In fact, it's history that they don't want to hear at all. They don't want to hear it at all. Sheila Anka, Johannes, please make a submission, Sheila.
Thank
Yes.
you. What brought about the war?
Civil war was basically about political struggle for political power. Struggle for political power. Yeah, okay. So people wanted, and then because so struggle for political power, Sierra Leone. Most of these things, military takeovers in Ghana. You see, in Ghana we had our share in 1966. The military took over. 1966, the military took over. Kotoka, Afifa, Ankara, and then the rest. 1966. So Gambia also had their share. Nigeria had their share. Nigeria after independence, somewhere in 1966-67, Nigeria, there was a civil war in Nigeria. So the struggle for political power led to some of these things. And Sierra Leone, the situation was worse. Yes, situation it was worse. It was worse. It was worse in the sense that even children of school-going age were recruited into private military groups. Yes, students at the junior secondary school, senior secondary school level were recruited. Some of them, they were forced. Yes, they were forced into army. Yes, they were forced into army. And then some university students, universities were collapsed. The unemployed, those who had graduated but no jobs, they were recruited to be paid, yes, into private armies. So there were a lot of military groups, private military groups that were engaged in some of these. Some were recruited by the government, others were recruited by private individuals to fight the government, and it affected education in the country. Yes, those who resisted recruitment, they either had their arms amputated, their legs amputated, or they were shot dead, because the argument was that who should fight for the freedom, for the independence of Sierra Leone, for you to come and then enjoy the benefit, the outcome, the fruit of the fight. Yes, so people were forced into armies. People were forced. Yes, people were recruited into several armies against their will, against their wish. They were not ready, they were not willing. But because they were forced into such armies or groups, they had no option. So those who resisted, they were either killed or they were amputated. Yes, amputated. In Sierra Leone, it became a term. Yes, if you want the shorthand, or do you want a shorthand or longhand? Shorthand or longhand. If you want longhand, then the person's wrist will be amputated, will be cut. They will cut the wrist. Yes, your wrist. If you want that is a long hands. If you want the short, then the elbow will be cut. Yes, so both hands, the elbow will be cut, so that you have short hands and then long hands. Yes, so that was the order in Sierra Leone, which affected them greatly. Yes.
Thank you very much.
You are welcome. Although the English language is official spoken, there are other languages that are spoken in the country. Yes, it's a Muslim majority country with about 78% of the population being Muslims, although we have Christian minority. Yes, so we have other ethnic groups, but the two are the Mandan and the Tun. Now, Sierra Leone has relied on mining, especially diamond. In fact, the mining of the diamond also contributed. Yes, that is the natural resource extraction in the country also contributed to. So mining of the diamond, in fact, diamond, titanium, gold, bauxite, in fact, all these accounted for the struggle of power in Sierra Leone. Struggle of power in Sierra Leone, because Sierra Leone was one of the leading producers of these natural resources, and the country was making money, but politicians were not using the money to develop, to improve the country, the lives of the people. Yeah, so it became an issue in the country. Yeah, so if we have resources and our leaders are mismanaging the resources, they are mismanaging the economy, then why don't we take power from the leaders and then rule ourselves? Yeah, so a lot of political agitations took place in the country. They also have one of the best natural harbors in the world. Yes, so after independence, there was the need to change the education system in Sierra Leone. Yes, Sierra Leone, there was the need to change because it did not serve the needs of the local people. And this became possible after, in fact, the agitation grew higher or to a highest level in the 1990s when measures were put in place to change the system. Now, it was the system of education that was inherited was changed in order to serve the socio-economic needs of the country. And it was meant to center on increasing access to education. Yes, increasing access to education. In fact, Uganda, that was and Sierra Leone, that was a challenge. Sierra Leone, that was a challenge. Access to education was a challenge. In Ghana, we also faced the same challenge in the 70s. In the 70s, yes, in the 70s, access to education was a challenge. Even in Ghana, until the introduction of the computer placement, until the introduction, the best schools were reserved for people who were influential, the rich people in society. If you are unable to pay, you will not get your child, your ward into any of these best schools in the country. But the computer selection, the placement system has at least nullified that one. And now people from low economic background have access to education. Yeah, so that was it. And then it also wanted to place more emphasis on technical and vocational education, which colonial education did not. Colonial education did not put much emphasis on technical and vocational education. Yeah, so let us take note of that. Now, the system of education is divided into 4. Primary education, 6 years, secondary education, 3 years, and then university, 4 years. So that is the system of education. Let's see how social studies was introduced in Sierra Leone. Yes, Sierra Leone, sorry. The system of education in Sierra Leone, development of social studies in Sierra Leone. Now, initial attempt. Yeah, so we can trace the development of social studies in Sierra Leone to the United States of America and then Britain. Yes, now Sierra Leone embraced the new social studies program as a result of the influence of the African Social Studies program, the ESSP. The ESSP. Now, in line with that, the University of Sierra Leone developed or brought an act, that is Act of 1968, and as a result of that, the Institute of Education in the University of Sierra Leone was established. Now, the institute was established with this aim. The Institute of Education was established with this aim to undertake the evolution of curriculum for schools, which will be more relevant to the socioeconomic background of the child, taking into consideration the needs, the aptitude, the moral, spiritual development, as well as the aspirations of the nations, and which will prepare them for effective development as useful citizens of the state. Yeah, so Sierra Leone wanted people who would be useful citizens, useful members of Sierra Leone, useful members of their country. They wanted people who would be useful to the development of the country, and that led them to develop to introduce social studies, or to establish the Institute of Education of the University of Sierra Leone for the purpose of introducing social studies. Curriculum Revision Unit was also set up in 1970 as a way of supporting the development of social studies. Now, the division was put into 4. 1 is English, 2 is social studies. So social studies was given a priority in the Curriculum Revision Unit of the University of Sierra Leone Institute of Education. So English was one component of the unit, social studies another component of the unit, mathematics another component of the unit, and science another component of the unit. Yes. Now, so each unit was set up. So we have social studies unit with 8 head, subject head, as well as advisors and then curriculum officers. So we had head, advisors, curriculum officers for social studies in Sierra Leone. Now, the following were the responsibilities of the unit. to survey the teaching of the subject identified for the revision, so as to determine the form of revision. So there was a need to revise. So in Sierra Leone, they wanted to revise the subject. One subject to revise was social studies, English, mathematics, and science. Yes, so in order to revise it, the committee or this unit were to conduct a survey as it was done in Kenya. So Sierra Leone was to conduct a survey in order to identify the kind of revision to be made. And then 2, to set up relevant committees to accept and to assist in the program planning. 3, to produce materials for use in the program. So all these measures supported the development of social studies in Sierra Leone. To undertake the dissemination of information, materials, and an implementation of the program. To organize seminars, workshops, conferences, and then to pilot test the materials. So that was that. Now the revision, the committee, curriculum revision committee or unit also set up subcommittees, and then working party. That is a group that comprises 7 teachers, administrators, lecturers. So teachers, administrators, lecturers in the area, curriculum area, that is English, social studies, mathematics, and science. So teachers with background in these areas were brought together to work with social studies in order to develop the social studies curriculum. Now, the subcommittee that was set up was to examine existing social studies program for lower classes and to examine the history and geography syllabus for upper classes, to produce integrated social studies program. Yes. Now, they did well by visiting schools, stating the objectives of social studies for Sierra Leone based on the objectives of ASSP. And then they develop and discuss and prepare curriculum materials for the teaching of social studies in Uganda. That was the Stage 3. Workshops were organized, in-service training were organized, implementation materials in the schools. So materials that had been produced were implemented in the schools. And then after the implementation, there was the need for what we call feedback. Yeah, so in Sierra Leone, the picture was quite different. Yes, and it was similar to that of Uganda. They didn't face much of the difficulties, although there were difficulties. Much of the oppositions, although they were, but they were not as stronger as what was encountered in Ghana and Uganda. So Sierra Leone, the following objectives were suggested for the teaching of social studies in all primary schools in Sierra Leone. 1, to introduce social studies as an integrated discipline into schools, which was recommended in 1967, 61, and then 68 during the Mombasa, Oxford, and then the Massachusetts conference. To develop an appreciation of the value of social studies for children in terms of concept skills, among other things. Objective 3, to help teachers examine and understand the values of social studies as a means of enabling the child to integrate their own experiences. And then 4, to prepare and produce materials suitable for teaching social studies in Uganda. Yes, in Sierra Leone, sorry. In Sierra Leone. Yes, so the working party, the subcommittee, prepared curriculum material for primary schools and secondary schools, as well as teacher training institutions. So ladies and gentlemen, this is all about Sierra Leone, social studies in Sierra Leone. When it comes to the challenges, we can mention the challenges that we can talk about political challenges. Yes, the military takeover affected the development of social studies in Sierra Leone a lot. The civil war also affected it a lot. So basically, these are basic information or some information about the development of social studies in Sierra Leone. Any question, any comment, any suggestion before I introduce the last one, then we end for the day. Any questions so far? Okay, so if there's no question, let's look at the last, but not the least. Then quickly, we talk about some exams related issues. Then we bring our meeting to a close. We are looking at social studies in the Gambia. Social studies in the Gambia. That is the last topic for the semester. And that one is also short. That one is also short. Good. Social studies in the Gambia. Let's have a brief overview of Gambia. Brief overview of Gambia. Any question so far? Okay, so the Gambia, officially called the Republic of the Gambia, that is their name. Republic of the Gambia is a country in West Africa surrounded by Senegal, except for its coastline on the Atlantic Ocean. In fact, when you look at the map of Gambia, it will interest you. Yeah, it is found in the belly of Senegal. So I think we need to find out how this happened. Yeah, just like let's say a country, let's say a coastal country like Greater Accra being a country on itself within Ghana. Yes, yeah. So that is it. So the Gambia is situated on either side of River Gambia. If you remember, those of you who did geography of West Africa, River Gambia, it passes through the middle of the nation Gambia. Yeah, so the country gained its name from that river Gambia. Yeah, which flows through the center of the Gambian and then empties into the Atlantic Ocean. And this is the map of the Gambia, the red line. You can see West Africa. Good. So that is the map of the Gambia. The map of the Gambia. The capital is Banjul. So Senegal is to the north, to the east Senegal, to the south Senegal, but the west of it is the Atlantic Ocean. Yeah, so that is the Gambia. That is the Gambia. It is interesting. I don't know how come. I don't know what led to the creation of this, because if you move to the west of the north and south of the country, you enter a different country. North, you enter Senegal. South, Senegal. East, Senegal. It's only west that you enter the Atlantic Ocean. We need to get more information about this. It is quite interesting. Quite interesting. Total area 10,689 square kilometers. Banjul is the capital. Other cities are there. It shares its historical root with many other West African countries in the slave trade. If you remember the slave trade, the transatlantic slave trade, as well as the Saharan slave trade. Yeah, so that is by way of history. 1975, 25th May, Gambia was made part of British 1765, sorry, 1765. It was made part of British Empire when the government formally assumed control. Yeah, so it was colonized by our colonial masters, 1765. 1965, the Gambian gained independence under the leadership of Dauda Jawara, and who ruled until Yahya Jammeh seized power in 1994. Military took over. 1964. So this is just by way of history. Adam Barrow became the president in January 2017 after defeating Jammeh in the 2016 election. Yeah, 2016 election, Gambia, those of you who followed their election, it was quite interesting. Yeah, it was quite interesting. Jammeh was not ready to release power to the next elected government. So it took military and other interventions from external bodies before that was settled. Its economy is dominated by fishing, farming, fishing because of the River Gambia, fishing because of the Atlantic Ocean. In fact, that place, fishing activities is on the rise at that corner, that portion of the Atlantic Ocean, because of the intersection between the cold and then warm ocean current. There are two ocean currents that meet. So right from Banjul up to Morocco, Rabat, and then up there, yeah, fishing activity is on the increase there because of the mixture of cold and warm ocean current at that particular place. Yeah, so now upon independence, the country became known as the Gambia. It became a republic in 1970. And they also contribute to trading activities in terms of groundnut and peanuts for export. So they export all of these things. Let's look at how social studies was developed in the country. How social studies was developed. Yeah. So social studies in the Gambia. Social studies in the Gambia. Let's look at it. In fact, Gambia was among the 11 African countries that took part in the Mombasa conference. Yes, so right from the conference, they put in place structures to develop their social studies program. Right from the conference, Gambia put in place to develop social studies. What attempt was put in place? Initial attempt was that the development of social studies in schools was a young one, and in this case, it was inspired by ASSP. They produced what we call syllabus. In fact, before Gambia could accept social studies, they saw the subject as a nation-building subject. Yes, they wouldn't have introduced it. The Gambia wouldn't have introduced social studies. Yes, the only thing that motivated them to introduce social studies was the fact that the subject was a nation-building subject. So as a first step to introduce social studies in the Gambia, Department of Education was empowered to set up a branch of ASSP in the Gambia. A branch of ASSP in the Gambia. Yeah, so that was the initial attempt to the social studies introduction. Now, educationists in the Gambia saw that if social studies were to handle properly in a country to promote what we call broad sympathies and genuine tolerance among learners. Sympathies and tolerance. In fact, tolerance is key in the development of every nation. Tolerance. Let us tolerate divergent opinions, divergent ethnic groups. Let us tolerate divergent cultures. Yes, so the Gambia realized this, and they saw that social studies has a unique value because it directly and entirely related to the behavior of human beings. Yes, so in the Gambia, they saw that social studies related to the behavior of human beings. So if we introduce social studies, we can use social studies to change, to influence people's behavior. And the successive military takeover will cease because we will have that kind of tolerance. Let us tolerate the government, even if the government is underperforming. Let us tolerate till 4 years. Then we change the government if we are not interested in the government, than to change the government through the use of guns. Yes, so that is what Ugandans saw. Now, another significant development was the formation of National Social Studies Association. That association also helped social studies a lot. In fact, it contributed to the development of social studies. NASA, yes. Now, the association helped because it involved teachers who were teaching the separate subject approaches, administrators, officials drawn from other ministries, people who were influential, and were occupying high positions in the system of education in the Gambia. So it supported the development of social studies. Now, the NASA was action-oriented. Yes, they were pragmatists in the sense that they wanted to implement actions that will benefit the Gambians. They wanted to put in place measures that will help solve the problems confronting education in the Gambia. Yeah, so they were to come out with strategies through which the general objectives that were formulated during the Mombasa Conference of 1968 were to be achieved or could be realized. Yeah, so they adopted the objectives of ASSP. Now, let's look at the objectives of NASA, National Social Studies Association. Yeah, so by the end of the course in social studies, learners should be able to, and these were the objectives formulated by NASA for the teaching of social studies in the Gambia. 1, learners should understand man's interaction with his cultural, social, physical environment. How an Akan will interact with an Ewe. Yes, how a Fante will interact with an Asante, with a Bono, with Nzima and whatever. How do we interact? We are people of different backgrounds, but we are the same people. Different people, but same destiny. Different colors, but the same people. Yes, so that is what was taught in Uganda. People who belong to different political parties, but they are not enemies. They are not enemies at all. Yes, when you look at the political terrain in Ghana, we have families whose political affiliation cut across the various political parties in Ghana. Yes, we have siblings who belong to different political parties. Yes, and that is the beauty of our political terrain. That's the beauty of it. Yes, we have people who are marrying across different ethnic groups in Ghana, and that is the beauty of our culture. That is the beauty of it. That is the beauty of our democracy. Yes, we have Asantes marrying Voltarians. We have Bonos marrying Asantes. We have Zimes marrying Seris. We have this and that and that. And that must be promoted for the peace of his country. For the peace of his country. Yes. So the Gambia saw the need to ensure that learners understand man's interaction with each people. The fact that you belong to NDC does not make you my enemy. No. The fact that I belong to CPP does not mean that I am your enemy. No, we shouldn't tolerate that one. So learners were also were to appreciate the home and then heritage by studying local institutions. Local institutions like marriage, like family, like chieftaincy, among other things. Develop skills and attitude of good citizenship. Yeah, so learners were to develop attitude of good citizenship. NASA also ensured that every primary school in the Gambia had social studies as one of the subjects, and this helped. They also produced materials for the teaching of social studies. They produced syllabus for the teaching of social studies, and that assisted a lot. Yes, so the materials that were produced were pilot tested. Teachers were trained. Teachers were also retrained. So teachers who were already on the field were retrained in the content and method of social studies. New teachers were also developed. Nationwide teacher training program was launched in Uganda. Curriculum writing workshops, among others. All these efforts supported the development of social studies in Uganda. And above it all, Department of Education in Uganda also supported the development of social studies. In fact, international organizations like UNESCO and then ASSP all contributed to the development of social studies in the Gambia. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of the course and the end of Gambia. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. So we have covered everything on the course outline.
Thank you, sir.
Good. Thank you for thanking me.
Thank
Yes,
you very
in fact,
much. God bless you.
Bless you too. Bless you too.
Yeah, most grateful, dog. God richly bless you.
So, any questions so far? In fact, I've given you much, and I always say that to whom much is given, much is expected. To whom much is given. So I've given you much, so I'm expecting much. So to whom much is given, much is expected. Good. All right. Any question? Any comment? Yes. Yes.
The promise that we'll go through some likely examination questions, and that in fact is our area of concentration.
I'm not.
And so, if we could dive into that quickly.
All right. So, okay. So let me take that one quickly, then you can send your other classes. But before that, let me go to the chat box. I've seen some messages. Curtis Blow say we don't have the slides of development of social studies institute. Yeah, please. But I will try and send all. And now that I'm done, I'll send all to you. Steven Delahingo said, yes, Steven, this there, it carries weight. Okay, Evans Kwame, long sleeve, short sleeve. Okay. Yeah, so that was the issue in Sierra Leone. If you want long sleeves, then you cut only your waist. Your waist. So your waist will be cut. If you want short sleeves, then your wrist. I said your wrist, sorry, wrist, not waist. Wrist. Yeah, where you put your wristwatch to be cut. That will give you long sleeve. But the short sleeve, your elbow will be cut so that your hand will become short. The short sleeve. People have suffered.
God have mercy.
Yeah, Constance, thank you. Harry and say, Doc, please, any sample question for the boys? Wow. Hey. Harry, simple, common question. You are calling yourself a boy. Wow. What a question can do. A long beard man like Harry and me calling himself a boy. Well, if Harry is a boy, then me, how do I call myself?
Yes, question for the girls.
Okay, question for the girls. All right. Good. Good. Now, the nature of the questions, let me point out this. In fact, I'm giving you the slides. Mostly my questions are based on the discussions that we have made in the lecture. Yeah, all the discussions that we have done in the lecture room. That is the focus of my questions. There's nothing that will come in exam that has not been mentioned. Never. There's nothing that will come in exams that has not been mentioned here. Never. Okay, so in the exams, I at times do not like the 2-4 pass type of exams. Most of my questions are the application type. Yeah, application. So you have the knowledge. How do you put the knowledge into use? Yeah, so that is it. So for development, I'm not going to ask. I'm not going to ask you to tell me a question directly, a direct question like maybe if 4 factors that accounted for the collapse. If that one is given, that I have been charitable. Yes, I have been charitable. That is a direct question. No, that one is a Christmas gift. Christmas is fast approaching. So if I ask direct question,
Thank you in advance. God bless you. God bless you.
I'm going to ask that
God
one.
bless you. Sir, there's more.
Let's hear from you, please. Let's hear
Small
you.
guests, we love you. There's more guests over here. We love
Yeah,
you.
Doc, please.
I didn't get the question. I didn't get the question.
Okay, let me continue. So, but at this stage, you are mature. Yeah. So, a little application, something little. Yeah, I think you should be able to do that. Especially if I ask a question like, if you were the government, the Minister of Education in the 40s, or in the 40s, or even in the 60s after independence in the 60s, what measures would you have put in place to prevent the collapse of social studies? I think you should be able to do this. Very simple question like that. So just an application measures that you would have put in place. 1 is training more teachers. 2 is getting syllabus. 3, in-service training. 4, teaching learning resources, among others. These are not difficult at all. Yeah. So for the essay part, 4 questions, you answer 2. 4 questions.
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, sir. I hear you.
No, we can hear you. We can hear you.
So for the essay part, 4 questions to answer to. So 4 questions. They will not be difficult. No, not difficult questions at all. But I know your age, so I'm considering your age. I know that you are boys, you are small boys and small girls. So I'm not going to.
Thank you. Yeah, even the girls, we are not up to girls, so we are guests.
You are teenagers. I know that. Yes. If I meet a long beard man and I call you a boy, don't take offense because you have already described features to me already. So that is it.
Please meet
That's
your
please, it doesn't mean you should not learn. It doesn't mean you should not learn. Take your time, study the materials, all the slides. In fact, for the teaching social studies, I think I've sent over 80 to 90% of the slides. It's left with the development, which is I'm working on that, and then I'll release them very soon. Please take your time and then study. Yes, take your time and then read. When the questions are asked, please think about the question before you answer. Now, I'm still talking about the session B. Now, at times, some of you make a whole lot of errors in exams and it affects you. Please, let's try as much as possible to avoid that. One is you are asked to explain 4 factors that accounted for the development of social studies in the 40s, in the 50s, or in the 40s. 4 factors, and you will explain only 3. Some of you say explain, then you just list 3. So 3 lines for a whole question, 20 marks, 3 lines. It will affect you. So please take your time and explain. Some of you will say 4, then you only give 3. You will start in the first place, secondly, and then lastly. There's no third point. You missed it. Some of you start firstly, secondly, and then instead of going to the third, you said in the fourth place. Then lastly, 4 points out of 5. It also affects you. So, and then you see when you are answering the question, when you are giving the question paper, there is what we call the instructions. Follow the instructions. On top of every question, write the question number. Write the question number. It is more important. But some of you, page 1, you are starting with question 1, so you write question 1 on top. Question 1 extends, overflows to the next page, page 2. And instead of writing question 1 on top, you write question 2. No, it is question 1 that you are answering. So it confuses the examiner who is marking. So please, let us take note. Some of us, our handwriting, so terrible. Take your time and write. Some of you are spelling. Hey, spelling mistakes at this level. No, 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 no. Somebody spells between at the university. Between, BITWIN. Hey, university. BITWIN. Between. Hey, trouble. The common, the somebody DE. Oh, wow. DE is
Exams
the,
fever. Exams fever.
I'll have to get some pills for you before you enter the exam so that this fever will be cured before you enter the exam.
Yes, sir.
So I'm pleading with you. Just take your time. You see, it is not so. Don't be so anxious about this. Do tense up. No, just relax. Just relax. Just
The
relax.
DE is social media writing.
But this is not. The course is not social media. It's social. So wait, when we introduce social media, ESS432D, social media, then you make use of those words. But this, thank you so much for that. Yes. So please take your time. Try and then cite examples, because that also helps to fetch more marks. Yes. So state the point, explain the point well, and then cite examples to buttress your point. Yes, and you get the full marks. Session A, 20 questions. Try as much as possible to answer all. Some of you just answer some of them up to maybe 15, then you leave some questions unanswered. No. Session A, read the questions. Don't rush in answering. Read the questions. Yeah. Social studies was first introduced into 3 training colleges in Ghana, or into all the foreign colleges in Ghana, except, and this one you should know. We talk about Presbyterian Training College, we talk about Wesley Training College, we talk about Achimota. So if we say except, any other training college that is brought in addition to this is not part. You should know it. Nigeria's attempt to introduce social studies was first to send some teachers to be trained in one of the following universities. A, Ohio State University. 2, B, Harvard University. 3, this one you should know. So for the objectives, you should at least score. Yes, all the following factors contributed to the development of social studies in the late 80s, except A, the deportations of Ghanaians from Nigeria. B, the introduction of new education reform program, among other things. So these are not difficult questions that you should. Okay. So let me please. And then you could also be asked the importance of the integrated approach. Yes. Why did African countries make the effort to introduce social studies in an integrated approach? What were the relevance of the integrated social studies program? Relevance. So you could be asked that question. So yes, focus on what we have done, focus on the slides, but you must also read beyond that to get more points to support you. Now, Asempa, do you have any Asempa for us? The floor is open. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. In fact, it's going well. I'm beginning to like or develop more like for the subject because of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is great.
For the quiz 1, where should we focus our attention on?
Okay.
Quiz 1.
Quiz 1, unit 1 and 2. Quiz 2, unit 3 and 4. Exams, unit 1 and 4. 1 to 4, sorry. So quiz 1, unit 1 and 2. Quiz 2, unit 3 and 4. Exams, unit 1 to 4.
Sir, please repeat it.
Quiz 1, unit 1 and 2. Quiz 2, unit 3 and 4. Exams, unit 1 to 4.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much.
Good. Welcome. Any other question? Any other question? Okay, so if you were part of this class, you go through the slides, to pay much attention to the materials, to the lecture notes, to the lecture discussion, our interaction that we had, then I don't think you struggle with the exams at all. No, no, no. All right. 19 minutes after 11. Thank you very much. Aiba, your hand is up before I take leave of you. Aiba, let me listen to Aiba. Aiba?
Hello, sir.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Hello, Doc.
Aiba, yes, go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Please, I want to find out whether the those doing M.Ed in using their basic degree and someone who is using the secondary degree to do M.Ed, are they doing the same content or their content differs?
They are doing the same content. They are doing the same.
Okay. So in that regard, if any of us want to use the basic degree for masters, you can go ahead without waiting for this set.
Yeah, you can. You can. Yeah, you are.
Thank you.
Let me go to. So kindly unmute your microphone.
Yeah.
Let me go to Abena.
No one
Is it
asked
Abena?
in the chat. Sir.
Is it? Yes.
Hello, Elizabeth. Someone asked in the chat box that you should please explain the transdisciplinary. You see, I don't. Pardon?
Okay, so transdisciplinary.
And then
transdisciplinary.
I think there are two types. The person has written, but I don't heard when you were teaching about it. I have not heard it.
Were you in class? Have
Pardon?
you been in class? Have you been in class throughout?
Yes.
But I explain it too. Okay, don't worry. I will just use
In what unit, say?
Don't worry, I will explain it before I exit. So let me go to Abena.
All right, thank you.
Hello, Abena.
The question I had wanted to ask.
Abena.
Hello, sir. Sir.
Go ahead.
Can
Yes.
you hear me, sir?
I
The
can hear
question
you
I
clearly.
wanted to ask is that the question had been asked already, but I want to say thank you. We have enjoyed you to the fullest, and we miss you. Thank you in advance for the Christmas, bonus.
Thank you for missing. Thank you, Abena. Yes, in fact, I had wanted to call you Madam Abena, but since you said you are a girl, that is why I said Abena. Thank you for thanking me. Okay. Before I exit, transdisciplinary, interdisciplinary, you said transdisciplinary integration. If you want to develop a curriculum that is transdisciplinary in nature, first identify a problem that you want that curriculum to solve, or an experience that you want the curriculum to provide or develop. These are the two things. So we have problem-centered transdisciplinary and experience-centered transdisciplinary. So having identified the problems, then you go to the subject, you consult the subject that are capable of providing information to solving that particular problem. So if teenage pregnancy is the problem that we have identified, we want to develop transdisciplinary integration, and we have identified teenage pregnancy as a challenge or as a problem, then we consult the subject that are capable of providing information to develop a curriculum that will help us resolve teenage pregnancy. If we have identified skill in data collection and analysis, that is what we want to develop in the learners. Then we consult the subject that are capable of developing or providing knowledge in this regard. That is what we call transdisciplinary integration. Then we have interdisciplinary integration. We just collect knowledge, ideas from different subjects, put them together as one subject without having in mind any problem to solve. So that is it. Somebody asked, Elizabeth. Okay. Chat box, Doctor, please. Any sample questions for the boy? Nancy said, grateful. Aiba Jonathan, you made much emphasis on nation building as one the reasons for the development of social studies in the Gambia. Could that be the main reason for the development of social studies in that country? Yes, that was the main reason for the development of social studies in the Gambia. Emmanuel has impacted new invention. I don't know where he's coming from. Becca Booker said, exams confusions. Wow. So exams confusions, Becca will misspell her name. Yeah, it happens. Don't worry. Some people even put their telephone numbers as their registration numbers during exams. Some put their bank account numbers as their registration numbers. Some people put other people's registration numbers. Yeah. Yes, I understand the situation. Exams confusion. Sylvia says, sir, please, can we get past questions? For past questions are what I've read to you. Zachariah, please, someone should kindly assist me with the slides for teaching social studies. Via 0200148818. He's requesting. I don't know whether he's not on the platform because I put it on the platform. Faustina, my God bless you, sir. I believe you wanted to say, may God bless you, sir. Yes, I receive it in Jesus' name. It is the blessings of God that sustains me.
Please,
Yes.
the historical development, the starting of the slide, does it start from the historical development?
Yes, yes.
Pardon?
From that. Yes.
From the overview of Ghana, the Republic of Ghana.
Yes. No. I start from that point. Yes, I start from that point.
Okay.
Overview of Ghana. Yeah. So you have made me develop much enthusiasm for the cause. Yes. In fact, Faustina, that is very good. Yes, develop it more. And some of us, we are here to assist you. I think there is one of you that I'm supervising at the MPhil level. Yes, there's a student that I've seen. Yeah, supervising at the MPhil level. Yes, and come, we are there to assist you. I'm ready to assist you. I'm ready to serve as your supervisors. Supervisor, yes, our supervisor is. Tyria said, Salome, let me take Salome. Salome said, God bless you for your tolerance about us. Yes, I have to separate you because at times some of the attitude that the boys and then the girls pick up at times awful. But as well, I know that you are children, you are boys and girls. That is why you're putting up that attitude. That is why I'm tolerating you.
Thank you.
God bless you very much. We really appreciate it. Say that is a Nana Ajiwa. Tevia said, please, unit for quiz and exams. I've mentioned that already. Quiz 1 is unit 1 and 2. Quiz 2 is unit 3 and 4. Exams is unit 1 to 4. Robert or your course, thank you, please. Do share the slides on Nigeria. Exactly so. Let me go lastly to Christiana and Kinsey. Christiana first.
Hello.
Christy, go ahead. Yes,
Hello,
Christy
Doc.
first. Yes, go ahead.
Hello.
Hey,
Doc,
yes.
It's a
Go ahead.
mail.
A mail with Christiana. Wow.
Yes. I'm using my sister's phone, that's why.
Your sister in Christ, right?
Yes, Doc.
Okay.
It does not pertain to the discussion today, but it's a question that is bothering me now. I want to ask for your advanced experience and ideas on it. I want to know whether in academically it is wrong to pursue 2 courses at the same time.
Why not? It depends on the focus, where you want to go, where you want to work. Yeah, it's advisable.
Okay.
But you see, and how you can manage your time and resources. Yeah, how you can manage your time and resources. Yeah, some people pursue 2 PhDs at the same time, 2 MPhils, master's degree at the same time, undergraduate. Some people pursue 2. Yeah, so if you have the resources, if you have the means, the time, if you have the interest, capacity, you can do that. Kinsley.
Okay. Thank you, Doc.
Kinsley.
Yes, sir. Thanks, sir. Please, I just want you to highlight or expatiate something you just gave us concerning the exams questions. You made mention of maybe example why integration of social studies, but looking at what we studied, we found out that we have studied under different countries. So if a question of that nature is asked, which country will you relate? Why
In this case, I'll be more specific.
Yes,
With
specify the
I'll
question.
be more specific. Yeah, I'll be more specific. Don't worry. Yeah, I'll not just make an opening without relating it.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yes, I think that is all. All right. All right. So God bless you all. Thank you very much.
Sir,
Yes,
please,
madam.
if anything, can we call you personally?
Why not? What are friends for? What are friends for?
Your number.
Pressing.
My number is on the course outline.
I'll come and look for you in Cape Coast.
Okay.
Not MTM pay for me. Or 394. All right. Enjoy your day. Thank you very much. Hope to meet you.
Enjoy you.
Bye-bye.
God bless you. We are very grateful.
Oh, ladies. Control yourself.
Oh. That's our field.
Control your feelings.
Hey, feelings. Okay.
We
will call you
Ladies, control your feelings.
How you sitting on our joy?
When we call you, we'll give you a
Mr.
feedback.
Sempa.
Ah,
Mr. Sempa.
yes. Yes, my dear.
Please, can I have your number? I'm Josephine.
Josephine, my number is available. Just go to the chat box. You see it right now.
Okay.
Mr. Sampa, control your feelings. Why are you giving your number out?
True. Why are you
Control
giving your number
feelings.
out? Control your feelings. True. I support you.
Thank you very much.
I was looking for you to say no, but look, you gave.
In fact, all the men put your number on the page.
Asempa, this is how we can deal with you. You see your level.
Is it jealous?
Asempa, next time you could show me your leg. What dress are you wearing? Can I see?
Interesting. Because of smokers, see how we are suffering. 4 hours.
Hey, it's okay. Please, still the recording is ongoing. Let's limit our jokes and sign out, please.
The recording is it not for us? Are we not going to listen it ourselves?
Let the past questions flow. The past questions.
Oh,
Malizi.
Put your number in the chat box. We will message you.
Malizi.
Like Mr. Sempa. Yes.
Let the past questions flow.
I'm hearing you. You are here.
Just give me hi. If you want past questions, give me hi. My number is on the chat box. I'll send it to you.
Okay. Mr. Sempa?
Yes.
Mr. Sempa?
Yes.
That transdisciplinary, is it for social studies or it's for this course, the one we just did?
Yes, for development, yeah.
Unit what?
If I don't know the actual unit, I'm not dealing with units.
But you don't know where it is.
It will be under where we have the interdisciplinary, the multidisciplinary, the pre-disciplinary, and then the transdisciplinary. They are all at the
Do
same
you
rate.
have that slide?
I don't. I don't check whether I do not check whether I have it or not. I only made a note when he was teaching.
Okay.
That is my
Hmm.
my note I made.
I don't remember. When did he taught? Is it last week?
Yes, that was last two. That's the second lecture. The second lecture.
The second week.
Mm.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Kinsley, is your hand not paining you?
Jima,
Yep.
occur say quizzes no unit no examination unit no.
Unit 1 and 2 is for the first quiz. Unit 1 and 2 is for quiz 1. Then unit 1 and 4 is for the exam. Then 3 and 4 is for the quiz. The second quiz. So 1 and 2 first quiz, 1 to 4 second the exam, then the 3 and 4 second quiz. Okay, we are signing out. Sir Kinsley, if you want to speak, you can bring your point too. I don't know why your hand is up. All right. We'll meet at the Enfield side.